All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for being here with me today. We finally have a new state of play that's going to be happening later on, and we're going to be reacting to it. I feel like a lot of people were hoping that Sony was going to do a state of play in September. A lot of people hoping that that announcement would occur this week, and it did. It actually did. It was quite surprising. I did remind people on the last stream that, look, yeah, Sony didn't announce the state of play on Monday or Tuesday, but they have in the past given us just straight up a 24-hour notice, and that's exactly what they did this time. They decided to announce on a Wednesday that, hey, 24 hours from now, or about 24 hours from now, we're doing another state of play. So what we're going to do for this stream, the state of play is a few hours from now. I normally stream on Thursdays anyway, so I figured we could, we could just hang out, chat, do what we would normally do for our stream, and then once the state of play is about to begin, I'll pull that up and we will live react to it. I want to let everybody know that I have a new PC. I've been using it for a little while. The stream should be perfect today. There's no reason why it shouldn't. I've streamed events in the past and we've had some issues, but I have a new PC and we've been live reacting to videos and stuff and testing stuff out since I got it, and it's been working perfect, buttery smooth, no issues. I'm hoping that's what happens today. It should. So yeah, figured I would just let you guys know about that. And yeah, we have a PSP Reviewer or a PS Previewer 100, however way it's said, coming out and gifting a membership, starting the day off by gifting out a membership. Thank you so much for that, PSP Reviewer. Really do appreciate the continued support you guys show the channel. And yeah, this will be a good opportunity for me to just let you guys know, as always, how you can help support my content. First off, thank you for, again, being here and watching. Without that, this wouldn't be a thing. So thank you for your viewership. If you want to help out the stream, help out with YouTube's algorithm, hopefully spread the stream out there, get it in front of new people so we can grow the community. Take a second out of your time, hit that like button. It does help a lot. But if you want to go the extra mile, if you want to go above and beyond to support my channel directly and support what I do here directly, there are 3 ways for you to do that. Number 1, consider becoming a channel member. That gets you access to exclusive content, as well as some members-only emojis that you can use in the chat and in comments. If you are already a channel member, many of you probably are channel members from receiving membership gifts, consider gifting a channel membership. It's a big thing we do here on the channel, and it's a really cool thing. Not only does it help me directly, but it gets the community involved as well. So yes, for all channel members, please consider paying it forward if that's something you would like to do, or consider donating a super chat like Anime for Entertainment has just done. You can be involved more directly in the conversation. Obviously, I do read the regular chat, but super chats are obviously a priority because that is your way of supporting my channel and my content directly. So consider doing that, and a big thank you and shout out to every community member here who supports my channel in any way. It really does mean a lot. So I'm going to read these 2 super chats right off the bat here. Anime for Entertainment, you're saying we need to know what Sony's first-party studios are working on. We need updates and not a trash-ass state of play. No, I hear you, Anime for Entertainment, and we are going to have a deep discussion. I hope you guys are settled in or getting settled in. Get a snack, get a drink, get a couple of drinks, whatever you want to do. Just sit back and relax if you're able to, because we do have some time here before this state of play begins. But I want to have a deep conversation with you about, what should our expectations be for this state of play? What realistically could we expect or hope to see? What are some unrealistic expectations? And then we're also going to have just a more broad discussion about the I don't know what that was, about the state of PlayStation, right? Like you're saying right now that we need updates from first party studios. Anybody who's been listening to me for any amount of time, you know that, yeah, I would definitely love some updates on these PlayStation studios and what they've been cooking for some time now. You know that. But we're going to talk about why Sony might not necessarily be in a rush at this moment in time to do that, for as disappointing as that may sound, because that is an important thing to understand about the state of play that's going to occur today. The state of play that is happening today, it's not going to be focused on anything relating to first party. So right off the bat, if you're expecting like, oh, a new Astro game, or maybe we're going to see Bend Studios' new IP, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, you're not going to see it. But if you've been watching any stated plays in the past, you should know that this is not where Sony announces or reveals new first-party games. Doesn't mean we haven't gotten first-party updates, but that's not what we're getting. That's not what we're getting in the state of play. But I don't think that means it's automatically going to be a bad state of play. We actually have quite a few reasons to potentially be a little bit excited about some updates we might get. So appreciate the super chat, Anime for Entertainment. And I will say that, you know, even though we're not going to be getting first party updates, we are getting Spider-Man 2 previews tomorrow. It's worth pointing that out, right? So we've been saying for some time, like, hey man, come on, Sony. You gotta start talking some more. Communicate more. Why are you so quiet? And boom, they come out and say, oh, we're gonna do a state of play today. Oh, well, that's cool. Oh, and by the way, the very next day, we're doing Spider-Man 2 previews. So you know what? People can say what they want. I can only speak for myself. I've been asking for Sony to talk. Now they're talking. And I'm happy. Oh, I hope I'm happy. I'm hoping I'll be happy after the state of play, but I'm at least happy we're going to be talking all about Spider-Man 2 tomorrow. And yeah, good stuff, man. Subtext. Oh, you know what, actually? Before I read this, I forgot to do this. I am going to have to do this today because I assume more people than normal are going to show up. So I am going to enable slow mode in the chat. Hopefully you guys are okay. That's, you know, it's just in an effort to make sure I can read the chat more easily and keep up with it. Subtext, thank you for the $5, man. You're saying, let's go. We finally made it. I'm hoping for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Stellar Blade. In fact, I would be shocked if they aren't there. I'm pumped. Yeah, I'm going to dive into that conversation in a little bit here. Talk about what exactly should we expect. Realistically, maybe unrealistic expectations. We have to address the unrealistic expectations because you know, unfortunately, somebody is out there assuming we're going to get like extended Wolverine gameplay or something even crazier. Like, oh yeah, I can't wait to see GTA 6 revealed during the state of play. So we have to address some of that stuff. You're saying I went all corpo on you. What do you mean? How did I go all corpo on you? I think there's some confusion sometimes, man. Truthfully, I think that some people think that if I am at any point like okay with some of the things that other people are not okay with, or even most people, you know, I think people take that as like, oh, you're being a Sony bootlicker or whatever. It's like, look, man, maybe I'm just actually okay with some of the stuff they're doing. You know, like, I think sometimes people aren't paying full attention to everything I have to say. And I get it. I say a lot, dude. I'm streaming multiple times a week for like 3 or 4 hours at a time. I get it. I don't expect everybody to be able to hear every single thing that I have to say. That, I mean, if you do, thank you. That's awesome. But it's not an expectation I have. But I just do, you know, sometimes have to point out that, look, man, even though I'm excited for games like Helldivers 2 and Spider-Man 2, I acknowledge that there are plenty of people who are not. I also acknowledge that, yes, Sony needs to give us a roadmap. I don't know that they're going to give it to us now, but they need to. I acknowledge the problem with Sony increasing the price of PlayStation Plus. I ranted about that, dude, for like 3.5 hours. So I don't think I'm going corpo or anything. saying I waffle on a lot. I do that. Yeah, it's hard sometimes not to. I'm trying to get better with that. I mean, I feel like no matter what, I'm always going to waffle on, kind of maybe like I am right now. But I feel like that's kind of part of the stream, you know? Saying do more face videos. The last one was cool. I'll try to. They're actually much easier to make too, actually. PSP Reviewer 100 says, God, I hope we finally get to see the new Bend game. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I hate to have to be the bearer of disappointing news, but do not expect to see Sony Bend. You're not going to see him, man. I know. The truth is, we're probably not going to see Sony Bend's new game revealed until sometime next year. I mean, maybe there's a slight chance at the Game Awards, but even then, I don't think so. I think it's going to be next year. So, with that being said, I'm going to go over to the PlayStation blog, and I want to read to you guys about what Sony's saying about the state of play. You're saying Jim Ryan is just trolling at this point. MBG, you were upset about Alan Wake 2 not getting a physical release. You think they will change their minds? I don't think they're changing their minds, dude. I don't think so. I would love for them to change their mind and announce, oh, actually, we are going to do a physical release. But right now, Remedy seems pretty committed to just sticking to digital only, which to me is disappointing. I'm still excited for the game. The game still looks awesome, but definitely disappointing. Not Makoto says, in your opinion, should I get PSVR 2 or PC for Christmas? Well, I don't know that I can give an opinion on that. I think all I could do is maybe just steer you in a direction. And I would simply say it depends on what you would use your PC for. Like, I'm definitely leaning more towards getting a PC just because you can do a lot more with it. And it's not that I don't think a PSVR 2 would be a worthwhile purchase, but it really comes down to like how excited would you be for PSVR 2? Like, if your excitement is like, yeah, I kind of want it and I think I'd be interested in it, I'd say probably steer clear for now and go at the PC. Because, I mean, they're two very different things. I'd say go for the PC first and then maybe later on go for the PlayStation VR 2. I would only suggest getting the PSVR 2 first if you're really pumped up. Like, you really have been holding out for this thing and it's just something that you know, chomping at the bit to experience. Only then. But I do think that if that's not how you feel about PSVR 2 at the moment, and it's more like I think I want to get it and I think I'll enjoy it, definitely go to the PC first or get your PC first, make that investment. And then again, down the line, maybe when you're able to save up a little bit of money and in that time, you'll have a bigger library of PSVR 2 games to choose from. But if it's like a situation where you can only choose one, I mean, PSVR 2 is very much, I think it's pretty awesome, but it very much is like a specific thing. It does one very specific thing, and it is expensive. Whereas if you're going to get a PC, I mean, you know, you could do a lot with a PC. But also, I don't know what kind of PC you're trying to get, right? There is a price difference. PSVR 2 is $550. If you want like a good PC, I mean, you could be paying well over $1,000. You know, maybe upwards of $2,000, depending on what kind of PC you're looking to get. So hopefully that helps. But I'm going to head over to the PlayStation blog now. They say here, State of Play returns, well, today, with a focus on upcoming indie and third-party releases. Tune in on September 14th. Hello, everyone. I'm Sean Benson, part of the global third-party relations team here at PlayStation, and I'm excited to announce new State of Play broadcast streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's broadcast will focus on updates to previously announced games. I'm going to say that one more time. It will focus on previously announced games coming to PlayStation consoles, from indie and PSVR 2 highlights, two major upcoming titles from our third-party partners. Our latest show has something for everyone. So straight up, Sony is telling us, guys, I don't want to see anybody after this stream being like, where were the new games? Sony's literally telling you they're not announcing new games. Now, I'm not saying don't be disappointed. I'm sure to some people that is very disappointing. So no new game announcements. I get it. Not necessarily what you want to hear, but at least they're being upfront and telling you. Don't expect that. They're also saying you're going to see some indie titles. Okay? You're going to see some indie titles. Don't freak out if you see some indie titles. You're going to see some PSVR 2 titles. Don't freak out if you see those. But they do also say major upcoming titles from our third-party partners. This is where things get interesting because Sony right now is sitting on quite a few big AAA third-party exclusive games. And I feel like they're kind of playing with the term third party a little bit here. Like they're keeping it relatively loose in that, for example, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a third party title. It's going to be a PlayStation 5 exclusive, one of the biggest ones that releases this gen, conceivably, but it's a third party title. Stellar Blade, right? Silent Hill 2 Remake, although I have heard that Konami is not going to be part of this show. Maybe where I heard that, maybe they're wrong, but that's what I've heard. So I would say if you're expecting Konami to show up, maybe temper your expectations there. As disappointing as that may sound, which is, yeah, I mean, it's been a long time. I wanted to see more MGS3 Remake. I want to see some Silent Hill 2 Remake, but yeah, right now, as it stands, I don't think Konami's going to be. How about Death Stranding 2? That's a good one. I don't know. I actually didn't think about that. Yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know that I'm expecting it. Truthfully, like, I don't know that I'm expecting, like, yeah, we're going to get a new Death Stranding 2 trailer. You're saying, but they said no first party. See, that's the key factor here. Death Stranding is not I mean, it really depends on, we're getting into like the semantics of it here. This is why I'm saying I think Sony is playing it loose, you know, when they say our third-party partners, because Kojima Productions is a third-party partner. They are a third-party development team working on a Sony-owned intellectual property. Helldivers 2, so check this out. Helldivers 2 is officially confirmed to be part of this show today. Helldivers 2 is the same exact thing that Death Stranding 2 is, in that it's a first-party owned intellectual property being developed by a third-party development team. Arrowhead Studios as a third-party team. So Death Stranding, it's possible. I'm not saying I'm expecting it, but it is possible. It's not completely unrealistic, certainly not. And it is worth noting that Death Stranding 2 does fit the bill of a previously announced game. That's what's so funny, is it does sound disappointing where it's like, oh, there are going to be no new game announcements. No, but we need updates on all of these previously announced games that we haven't heard from in like over a year or close to a year at this point. Let me see. We have Sir Holmes. Thank you, man. You're saying no reason for the price increase for PS Plus. They don't make multiplayer games. They don't use servers for multiplayer. Organize a boycott for 1 month of PlayStation Plus. We have to stop. I guess you're saying we have to stop this. Sir Holmes, I mean, I agree with you. I do. I would love to see Sony come out and say, you know what, guys, you don't have to subscribe to PlayStation Plus to play multiplayer. I think it's not cool. I don't think you should have to pay to play multiplayer. At the very least, they should have a cheaper tier for people who don't want the monthly games. They're just paying for multiplayer at the very least as a compromise. But, you know, this idea of we need to start a boycott for 1 month, I would love to do that if I had any hope whatsoever that would do literally anything. It won't. I'm not trying to sound like a defeatist. I'm just being a realist here. I could sit here and say we're going to boycott Sony. Stand with me. We're going to unsubscribe from PlayStation Plus. Dude, probably a couple hundred people at most would, and Sony does not care. Like, it would do nothing. It would do absolutely nothing. Unfortunately, what I suspected would happen did happen, and that is Sony came out. They increased the price of PlayStation Plus. People were outraged for about 48 hours, and then everybody moved on. And yeah, people unsubscribed, but Sony knew that was going to happen. That was a calculated decision. However, I do want to point this out, Sir Holmes. And all I'm going to say is that we need to let this state of play happen first before we assume. Because I've been seeing some people speculate that, hey, Helldivers 2 might release day and date into PlayStation Plus. And I'll tell you right now, if they did that, that's a pretty big bonus, I would say. Maybe not every PlayStation fan's excited for Helldivers 2, but that's pretty cool. Like, that would actually be a pretty cool thing where it's like, that's different. That's certainly a boost to compared to what we normally see. Helldivers 2 is a AAA game, confirmed by the developers. It is a AAA game. So, yeah, you're saying the PlayStation Plus manager tweeted about Helldivers 2. I mean, it might not. I'm not saying I'm expecting that, but it's just, I want to at least give Sony the opportunity to talk during the state of play. And yeah, day one. Yeah, you're right. Day and date doesn't make sense. Day one, my bad. Yeah, I never understood that either. I want to give Sony the opportunity to at least speak before I make assumptions, because yeah, to me that this price increase was very disappointing and still not justified. But it's here and it's not going anywhere. Saying MBG, it looks like the snitch is hinting at Rebirth being shown again. Yeah, dude, I will say one game that I do feel more confident in, expectation-wise showing up, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This game, people, I think, they're forgetting about this game, dude. I mean, it is frustrating, truly, to see so many people on the internet being like, Sony has no games. Sony's looking dry. Sony ain't got nothing. Dude, Sony has 5 AAA exclusives releasing in the next 5.5 months, assuming none of them get delayed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? But we're going to sit here and say they have no games. Okay. It's so ridiculous, dude. It's hard to believe that people even have this mentality. Like, I get it. You could make the argument that, well, those games aren't for me. Okay. And I see people talking about how amazing Starfield is, and that's fine because it's a game. It's a big game for people to play. It's not for me. Do you see me saying, well, that means Xbox has no games? No, they do. They have Starfield. They have Forza. I just think it's ridiculous to just completely pretend that games don't exist because you don't like them if you're trying to have an objective conversation about, these lineups. So it's weird, man. It's very strange. Anime for entertainment, you're saying maybe we could see Rise of the Ronin. I mean, that's another one that I forgot to mention. Rise of the Ronin would be great to see show up. It's just, that's the thing. Let me list the games, the bigger games that people want to see. Okay. Helldivers 2 confirmed. There's one. So we'll put that to the side. Silent Hill 2 remake, from what I've heard, it's not showing up. We got Rise of the Ronin, 50-50. Stellar Blade. I feel like Stellar Blade has to be more than 50-50, right? I feel like Stellar Blade is much more likely because we desperately need an update on that. We desperately need an update on Stellar Blade. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Little Devil Inside is not a AAA game, but that's another game where people are like, where did this game go? And yeah, Lost Soul aside, you're saying gas it up, call it out, MBG. Well, check this out. Listen, here are the 5 games that Sony is going, AAA games, by the way. I'm gonna go on this little tangent just for a moment here. Well, before I do, Domingo813, you're saying, hey, BG, haven't been able to join the live stream lives for 2 months. Have we gotten you to take off the hat yet? No, not yet. You haven't missed that, Domingo. Don't worry. All right, hold on. There we. What? Not sure what's going on there. Sorry about that. Tower Dragon. Hey man, dude, Tower Dragon decides he wants to become a channel member today. Welcome aboard, man. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Big shout out to you for doing that, man. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tower Dragon opting to become a member. And again, Tower Dragon, you get access to all that exclusive content for members. You get to use the emojis in the chat now. And you also have the ability to gift memberships yourself. So thank you so much for that, man.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Give you a couple sound bites there. That brings us to 2 members on the day. Let me update that. Oh, it's already updated. There we go. And I also see a super chat. Thank you, man, from Loves to Grind. I think that's how you say your name. You're saying PlayStation better show something after announcing the increase, or it's going to be my last year of PlayStation Plus. I got enough games to play without it. And that's totally fair. Like, that's the thing. I'm not necessarily going to be out here and be like, yeah, we got to boycott this. But here's what I will tell everybody. Speak with your wallet, truthfully. Like, if you have no reason to actually be subscribed to PlayStation Plus and you want to send a clear-cut message to Sony that you crossed the line with this price increase, or I'm not, just don't pay for it. Don't pay for it. Don't renew it. Cancel it. Trust me, that's the language that, you know, they're speaking in, and that's how you send the message. I don't necessarily, I can't promise you that you alone doing that will be enough to change Sony's mind. Probably not, but it will affect their bottom line, and that's what matters most to them. So, you know, if I don't think there's anything wrong with people deciding I do want to continue to stay subscribed to PS Plus, that's fine. Make your decision, but I just do want to let people know that if you really do have a problem with it, you know, make that choice. You do have that power. That's how you send the message. And Domingo813, thank you, bud. Domingo813 keeping it going with some membership gifting here. He gives some membership of his own, bringing us up to 3 on the day. Very much appreciated, Domingo. And I'm glad you could show up to today's stream. Let's see, we'll do a Jim Ryan soundbite.
We're gonna have the games.
Hopefully that's what they do today, right? Let the games do the talking. Yeah, so W's in the chat for Domingo. And yeah, Loves to Grind. That's the thing, man. What you're saying, I've seen a lot of people say, and if it's true, then Sony's definitely going to feel the effect of this. They are, but I do hope. I'm trying to remain somewhat optimistic, just a little bit optimistic. Like, Sony, I hope you have a little something up your sleeve today, specifically for PlayStation Plus, because it would really help right now. It really would. And PSP Reviewer 100, he comes out and he says, you know what? I'm going to gift another membership. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Another membership gifted. That brings us up to 4 membership gifts on the day. Love to see it. Thank you guys for the continued support.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated, PSP Reviewer. Saying anytime, dude. Yeah, I love the community we have here. You're saying my new logo reminds you of Starfield. Yeah, that annoys me a little bit, because I didn't even, like, when I was working with my guy, shout out to Rick, he did the logo. I didn't even think of that. I don't think he did either. Like, that wasn't the intention. I was just like, oh, that looks pretty cool. And then a lot of people were like, bro, that looks like look, this reminds me of Starfield. I'm like, damn, that's kind of, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm like, that's like the opposite of what I, what I was going for. How long is the state of play? That's a good question. The state of play, I believe, is going to be 27 minutes long. 27 minutes long. So that's a pretty good chunk of time. I mean, it's not the longest, it's not the shortest. It's in between. So you're saying oof? I don't know. That's not that bad, man. Keep in mind that Sony's held showcases in the past that were 40 minutes. So, I'll be honest, like, I expected at most the state of play to be 30 minutes, and it's 27. And it might go a little bit longer than that. You know how these things go. 20 minutes of indies and PSVR 2. Well, let's be honest right now, guys. Come on. You know it. I know it. Sony doesn't have to do much to make this state of play successful. They don't. people forget, and I get it. I forget things all the time too. But people forget that Sony had 2 back-to-back amazing stated plays in 2022. They had a stated play in June and they had a stated play in September. And I'm telling you, I remember the way people talked about these shows when they were done. People were like, bro, that was incredible. That was awesome. Like, these are the best stated plays they've ever done. So I'm not saying to necessarily expect that today. I'm just trying to point out that even though they've had bad stated plays, they've had very good ones too. So it really is hit or miss, man. Is Sony going to be 0-3? Well, let's think about it. In February, they had a stated play. That was a miss. Come on. I think we can all agree. That stated play from February, no one remembers that. It was not good. That was a miss. The showcase. That was a miss, in my opinion. I think a lot of you would agree. That showcase was a miss. That's 0-2, Sony. This stated play, I mean, I think it's safe to assume this is the last one they're going to do, last show, not counting the Game Awards for the rest of the year. They got to hit this one out of the, well, I don't say hit it out of the park, but they got to make a little bit of noise here. They have to make a play. They got to make a play, Sony. You do, because I don't want to see them go 0-3, man. I don't. They could. It could go poorly, certainly. And that's why I want people to, I recommend, truly, keep your expectations low. I hate saying that. You know, I hate saying that because it's like we don't get stated plays that often. And I know PlayStation fans want to be excited. And I think at the very least, you could at least take solace in the fact that even if the stated play goes horrible, we have Spider-Man tomorrow to talk about. So there's that. It's like the previews come out. This game sucks. It's like the stated play is horrible. Spider-Man 2 sucks. It's like everything's just going downhill. That would be the worst case scenario. But truthfully, keep your expectations low. I'm recommending this because if it is bad, I really don't want to see a barrage of people being like, oh my God. And I know that there are people like, no, MBG, that's not right. That's not right. You should have high expectations. You should demand more from Sony. Trust me, I want more from Sony, but I'm just trying to be reasonable and realistic in that they have, dude, Spider-Man 2 is like a month away, man. Like, they don't have to do this state of play. They don't. They're doing it. It doesn't have to be good. It doesn't. It like this state of play is going to have no bearing on how well Spider-Man 2 does for Sony. Yeah, Spider-Man's going to sell itself. It's going to sell PS5. Sony doesn't have to worry for the rest of the year, man. So I'm just saying this is why I'm just trying to be realistic and not assume that Sony wants to blow me away with the announcements that they're about to have with this state of play. But I will remain somewhat optimistic. I'll have low expectations, but there will be some optimism there. I'll tell you this straight up. The fact that Helldivers 2 is going to be here, I get it. I understand. Helldivers 2 is not for everybody. I know that. But Helldivers 2 is for me. I'm very excited for Helldivers 2. And I've really been eagerly anticipating, like, when is Sony going to give us a release date for this? The fact that we're going to see this game today, I'm excited about that. That automatically makes this state of play more interesting to me and, you know, a little bit more exciting. Saying I thought your streams would be at 4K for events. Well, the reason why I decided to not do a 4K stream, I think I could if I really wanted to, but I decided against it because I can't use ultra low latency mode on YouTube if I go 4K. I can only go up to 1080p 60 frames per second to keep it ultra low latency. And to me, that's the most important thing. Having low latency, no lag, making sure no one, like we're not like 20 or 30 seconds behind. We're basically like 3 seconds at most behind. So that was important to me. So I decided to stick with that. And honestly, I don't even know if the state of play is going to be streamed in 4K. It might be streamed at 1080p anyway. So do I think we'll hear news about KOTOR Remake? That would be quite the surprise. But no, I don't think so. Domingo, you're saying, what could knock your hat off at the state of play? And I'll be honest with you, man, nothing. Nothing. And I say that only because the things that would like knock my hat off, so to speak, they're not things that show up at State of Play. Yeah, like, I mean, Wolverine gameplay, GTA 6 announcement eventually, although I think that's going to happen on its own. But like Santa Monica's new IP, stuff like that, Blue Point's next game. I mean, these are the like really like big hitter surprise announcements that would be like, wow, Ghost of Tsushima 2. But none of these things are, again, it's not to say that I wouldn't be excited about seeing more Final Fantasy, right? Of course I would. It's not like I would be like, oh, well, that's disappointing. No, but it's like, it's not going to be like, oh my God, like, I can't believe it. Like, no, I can. I'm excited. I can believe that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is showing up at this State of Play. I believe it. I can believe it. Yes. So maybe ask that question when the next PlayStation Showcase rolls around. Sim Particle. I don't know what's going on here, man. Your chat. I'm assuming this is a chat. Yeah, this looks like it's a member chat. Whatever you type, Sim Particle, it's not showing up. Why is this happening? I don't know what I'm telling you. YouTube has to fix this. It's happening more frequently where member chats are just not appearing. There's no text. So Sim Particle, I don't know if you're still, I'm assuming you're still here in the chat. Please try to, you're saying you didn't write anything. Oh, okay. All right. Well, then either way, okay then. All right. What's going on with that? Do people just use their chats sometimes, or does it automatically do it for you? I don't know. Either way, thank you for being a member for 7 months, man. Apologies for the confusion. I just get these member chats where there's no text, and I'm just always confused by it because I'm like, did you type something? But shout out to you for being a member for 7 months, dude. Appreciate the support. What time does the show start? A little while from now. We have about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, so we got some time to just hang out. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern. Saying you honestly just want to see something new from Sony. I know. I think that's the only thing really, well, it's not the only thing, but the biggest thing right now that's hurting Sony. People want to see new stuff because it's been a long time since we've seen like really like new stuff. And I'll tell you right now, Sony is going to they have to worry about 2024. They do. They don't have to worry about this year. Starfield is here and it's doing its thing. Sony's just fine. They have Spider-Man 2. Sony doesn't have to worry about this year at all. This year's done. And I know, again, that sounds disappointing to some people, but they do have to worry about next year. They have to worry about Microsoft's lineup next year in the sense of Microsoft has a bunch of, like, they actually have a pipeline now and they're ready to go. And they're going to have, presumably, Activision Blizzard. Sony has to contend with that. Oh, and by the way, Sony has to contend with Nintendo potentially releasing a new Switch that gets all third-party games. Yeah, Sony needs to see. I know a lot of people are getting impatient and eager, and I'm right there with you. Trust me, I am. But we do have to try to be, at least if you're going to be like an enthusiast fan that's paying attention and you kind of are always paying attention with what's Sony doing? What's their next move? I'm telling you right now, Sony is saving what they got for next year because they're going to need it. Yes, they need to bring not even their A game next year, their S game, dude. They have to be S tier next year if they're going to remain at the top with the competition just ramping up the way it's about to. I'm telling you, man, the competition, things are about to heat up. Sony's going to need that. Because you know what would really screw Sony over is if they unleashed a bunch of game announcements right now with another big showcase and they showed us everything or most of what they have. And then next year, Microsoft and Nintendo are just dominating the zeitgeist, right? And just sucking up all the oxygen. And Sony's like, well, we already showed our game. Like, we can't really do anything. And Chris B coming in, dropping 5 membership gifts on us. Big shout out to you, Chris B. Thank you so much, man. Love to see it. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chris. He's coming out. He's like, you know what, guys? I want to drop some memberships here. He drops 5 on us. That brings us up to 9 members on the day. Off to a very solid start. Actually, hold on. I think, 9 members on the day. Thank you for that, Chris. Let me give you a...
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll give you a Kratos thank you. How about a Jin Sakai? We're not going to see any Ghost of Tsushima today, but always thinking about Ghost of Tsushima. So thank you for that, Chris. Let me see here. Where are we at? Brandon, Tampa fan. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying Sony and Xbox have been riding out one game each for 6 freaking months now. They both are becoming joke companies. The fact fanboys still defend is a joke. Well, I do agree that there are some things that are not worth defending. And I hope that what I'm saying about PlayStation isn't coming off that way, because I'm not trying to defend Sony. Like, I don't need to defend Sony. There's nothing to defend. Like, I want to see I understand why they need to be ready for the competition next year, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see their games now, right? Like, I still think that Sony's showcase from May was just not good. And I'm just trying to be balanced in my understanding that there's what I, the fan and the consumer, want now and expect, and there's the reality of this is what's happening in the gaming industry. And if you take a second to look at it from a more objective standpoint, it becomes very clear. Like, oh, so that's why this is happening. Like, for example, even with Microsoft, I mean, you're saying, hold on. What? Give me one sec, guys. What is going on here? I have to figure out right now if I have to excuse myself for a minute. Something may have come up. Oh, okay. Nope, we're good. Never mind. False alarm. Anyway, getting back to what I was saying here, it's not that I'm trying to defend Sony in any way. It's just I sometimes feel like I'm at odds with some people's opinions, because it's like, man, all they have is Spider-Man 2. It's like, well, actually, there are like 5 AAA games coming in the next 5.5 months as PlayStation 5 console exclusives. It's like, well, I only care about one of those games. It's like, okay, but what about all the people out there who care about more than just one of those games? Does it not matter? It's like, well, you know, Sony's showcase was bad and they need to show their games. Like, yeah, they do, but you know, what are we supposed to do? You know, like literally start screaming like at Sony, like are we supposed to go outside of Sony HQ and be like, Jim Ryan, show us the games. You said the games would do the talking. I mean, I get it, man. I'm not trying to make excuses for Sony. There is no excuse for their showcase this year. There isn't. But it doesn't mean there isn't a reason. There is a reason. Whether or not you want to accept it, I can't make that decision for you. I've said my piece. You know, I've given my thoughts extensively about do not feed the trolls. No, I'm not trying to feed the trolls, man. Because that's the thing is, like, I do think there is a difference between people who are actually just genuine. Because I've seen plenty of, assuming they're not lying, plenty of people expressing that I'm a PlayStation fan, but I'm not, like, here are the things that I'm not happy with right now. And I don't want to just, like, scoff at that and be like, you're just a troll. You know, you're concerned trolling, whatever. Like, no, I think that there are definitely some fans who really have some negative feelings. And I think that's fine. And I think that in order to have an actual healthy discussion about like PlayStation and gaming, we need to be able to acknowledge all the different opinions. And obviously, like, there are obviously opinions that are exactly that. They are concern trolling. They're just straight up trolling. They're, and they're not meant to be taken seriously. But yeah. So Brandon, I do appreciate the super chat, man. And then we have Mong004. I think I'm saying your name correctly. You're saying, haven't watched your streams in a while, but it's great to see you in full form. Put aside the fanboy stuff and I will respect you. Good stuff. Well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm like, look, is there a part of me that is just genuinely excited that, yes, a PlayStation State of Play, I think it will be good. I want it to be good. I want to be excited. Of course, dude. Like, I'm not dead inside, right? At least, I mean, I don't think I am. I'm not that jaded where it's like, I hate games and everything about gaming sucks and this State of Play is going to suck and Sony sucks and everything sucks. I don't feel that way. I don't. If I did, I would tell you. I probably would. That would probably be the only reason I'd be here, to tell you that. But no, I am afraid a little bit that, man, this State of Play could be a real letdown. Like, it could be. We do have to remember that we went into Sony's May showcase with very, very justifiably so high expectations. And we learned very quickly that, well, Sony is prone to having some underwhelming shows, even the big ones. So it's just a matter of keeping that in mind and understanding that it's not just about me exclusively and what I want or demand or expect. The best thing I could do is just be fair, be realistic, analyze things from a holistic standpoint, and base my expectation on that. And my expectation is relatively low, but still, at the very least, dude, I'm telling you, man, I know. I'm pumped about Helldivers 2. It makes me sad. It does. It really makes me sad when people are like, man, Helldivers 2, who cares? Live service trash, multiplayer trash. That makes me sad because, like, guys, come on. Like, not every game's going to be for you. Like, what about PlayStation fans like myself who are actually very excited about this game, where it's something genuinely different from Sony, where it's like, here's a third-person co-op multiplayer action fun shooter. Have at it. Like, I'm like, yeah, dude, that sounds great. Like, this is something very different from Sony that I'm not used to, but I'm definitely feeling it and I'm definitely excited to play it. And I like what I've seen of it. So, it's just, I'm not saying that, hey man, Helldivers 2 makes up for every mistake Sony's made. No, I'm just saying that, it makes me feel a little bit bad that people just completely like write it off. Like, no, that means nothing. It's like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, it means something to me. Spacey, you're saying I'm just starving for a new game, but PlayStation fans just want the next big thing. I don't know that. Well, I don't know that I'm starving for a new game. You know what I will say? This feels like I've been starving for a different kind of game from Sony for a long time, because I've gotten used to getting a certain kind of game from them. Like, you're describing like the big single player game. And I know a lot of people are not on board with Sony embracing multiplayer games and live service. And, I think a lot of times people talk about it like you have to pick one or the other. Like, if you're not solely into single player narrative AAA games, then you're the enemy and you're only into these live service money sink, time sink games. Like, no, there is, I think, I'd say most people probably play both. And I'm one of those people. Yeah, variety. There's not, like, who is against having variety? I mean, maybe some people are, but I'm not. I understand not every single game is going to be exactly what I want it to be, and it doesn't have to be. You know, I mean, people ask me like, hey, are you excited for Stellar Blade? I'll tell you what. I'm not that excited for Stellar Blade. I don't think it looks bad. It hasn't won me over. I see a lot of excitement for it though. And I acknowledge that there are a lot of people that are like, man, Stellar Blade looks amazing. I can't wait for this game. And I'm like, look, I'm not on that level. I'm being open-minded with it where maybe when I see more, I'll have a better idea if this game's going to be for me. I do think the combat does look pretty good. And I could end up playing it and loving it. Right? But it's just like, I try to just keep in mind that it might not be for me. And that's okay. It doesn't mean it doesn't count. It doesn't mean it's not a valid game to acknowledge and say, this is a game that Sony is bringing to the table for their audience, for their customers, and for their player base. And even though that I am part of that, it might not be for me. Maybe it will, but it remains to be seen. It's okay if it's not. It's okay if it's not. You know, I'm not just gonna be like, who cares about Stellar Blade? I don't care. Stellar Blade sucks. Like, no, it's fine, dude. Like, it actually looks pretty quality. It does. Yeah, Liza P is looking good. Dude, is anybody else having a struggle right now trying to determine Mortal Kombat 1, Liza P? Mortal Kombat 1, Liza P? Because I'm having that struggle right now. Which one do I go with? I want to play both, but I can't play both at the same time. I can't do it. I got to choose one or the other. This is what I mean, man. You're saying no struggle, Shems? MK1, easy choice. Mortal Kombat's looking really good, man. I gotta say, Liza P's looking good too, though. But yeah, Mortal Kombat, it's looking really, really good. You got the MK1 Premium and been playing it for the past. Wait, hold on. Is Mortal Kombat out now? I thought it didn't come out till the 19th. Whoa! Hold on. Did I miss something here? It is out. Oh, wait. How? What? Premium edition gets you early access? Really? Wow. I had no idea. Dude. How much is the premium edition? It was like $110 though, which is a lot. What time is the state of play? 5 p.m. Eastern. Early at that's wow, that's like a week early. I had no idea. Damn. I don't know though. I don't know if I could, because I didn't have any. If I was gonna buy Mortal Kombat 1, I didn't have any intention of spending $110 on it. That's a lot. But you do get Homelander and Omni-Man and all that, so I don't know. Damn. Piper really quick says, on Xbox you can have both. Yeah, that's true. I will say, Game Pass getting Liza P day one, that's a pretty big get in my opinion. That's a good get. I'm not, I still would prefer to own a physical copy of it. And shout out for them for actually doing a physical copy. But that's a really great day one get. That's something that Sony should have had. If Sony had Liza P day one on PS Plus, at least we could look to that to be like, oh, well, maybe that justifies a little bit the price increase, right? But all right, let me see here. And Mong004 again, you're saying, like the new background though, keep this going. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate it, man. Touched up the lighting a bit. I like it too. Sometimes I still use the just natural lighting, but I like this as well. Let me see here. We have From Scratch Gamer says, a big Sony W would be announcing the PS5 Pro with backwards compatible emulators for the old consoles. Yeah, that would be, well, first off, that's nothing like that is going to happen during this stream. But that would be a huge announcement for Sony. But I think something like that, frankly, would be saved for like a PlayStation 6. Tyson Webb, you're saying, I'm about to @ you on Twitter for an old school MBG hoodie. Damn, dude. Tyson Webb. Dude, I feel like, Yeah, I feel like I saw. I'll have to keep a lookout for this, man, for when you tweet me, because I remember way back, like a couple years ago, I feel like it was back in like 2020 maybe, where like some of you guys were tweeting at me some of the merch that you bought, and that merch is no longer available now. So that's pretty cool, dude. But yeah, from Scratch Gamer, I think that would be like certainly a big win for Sony, but I think something like that would likely be saved as a big selling point for like the next gen console, truthfully. MBG on that Nintendo scare train. It's not, well, I wouldn't say it's fear. It's actually the opposite. It's excitement. It's that I would love to see Nintendo come out and give Sony some competition. I mean, not that they aren't, but you know what I mean, like more direct competition where suddenly Sony's like, yeah, we got to really pay attention to what Nintendo's doing right now. We got to really factor that in the equation now, because that is competition, and I'll take it. You know. Review Scientology USA says hopefully they reveal 1 to 2 new third-party exclusives. Again, Review Scientology. So I apologize to have to be the bearer of bad news, but there's not gonna, unless they're being a little bit deceiving, which they could. They did say in the blog post it's only going to focus on previously announced games. Now I don't know, like they could come out and just be like, oh, actually we lied. There's 1 or 2 new game announcements, but I don't know. I feel like we should just go in expecting no new game announcements, just because that's what they said, you know? So sorry if that's disappointing, but hopefully that helps you readjust your expectations a little bit. Elias, you're saying, hopefully I see Spider-Man 2 end the state of play. I don't think so. They could. I mean, look, they could. Sony has, I want it to be known, Sony has done this before. They have. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and pretend they haven't. They have misled us with our expectations, where they said nothing about first party. They said it's just third party. And then they end their stream with like, I don't know if it was a God of War trailer, but it was something first party related. And I was like, oh, dude, like, this is surprising. Like, I never thought, they said this wasn't going to happen. Tyson Webb, I'm looking now, man. You're saying throwback. Yeah, dude, that's so awesome. I'm looking at it. The black hoodie with the PS5 and the MBG logo above it. I love that, dude. That's awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, I had so much of that. So many different logos and stuff, PlayStation related stuff. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you buying that, man, supporting me and hanging on to that. Awesome to see. But here's the good news, Elias. Even if we don't see Spider-Man 2 at this state of play, don't worry, dude. We're getting a blowout tomorrow. Spider-Man 2 is going to be everywhere tomorrow. We're going to get new game. I'm assuming we're going to get new gameplay. Maybe we won't. That would be kind of surprising. It would be. We're going to get previews, though. So we're going to be hearing about Spider-Man 2 and what it's like to play the game. And to me, that's pretty exciting. I've been waiting to hear more about this game. Herpy Derps, thank you for the super chat, bud. You're saying, MBG, are you planning on playing BG3? It's definitely one of the best games I've played in a long time. As of right now, I don't have any plans to. I don't have anything against it. It's just, I've seen a lot of gameplay, and I'm not sold on it because I just don't know that this is the type of game I would enjoy personally. Like, maybe it could win me over. And I won't lie, it's hard to ignore just the insane amount of praise the game is getting. And like you're saying, for you, it's like one of the best games you played in a long time. I just kind of have this, not a fear, but a feeling based off of me watching the trailers and the gameplay. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know that this game is going to hit for me the way it is for a lot of other people. And I don't I mean, I guess I wouldn't know until I try, but I just don't know that I'm willing to take the risk in buying the game and just letting the hype. Like, I would only jump on that game because of the hype surrounding it. And it would just be very disappointing if it's like, I jumped into this game because of the hype and my gut instinct was right. I'm just not into it. But I don't know, man. We'll see. I'll have to think about it. I know it's like a really big game. It's a game that requires a big investment to a degree. Again, Mortal Kombat. Apparently, Mortal Kombat's out now for early access. Lies of P. And I don't know, man. I'm curious to see after today, when is Helldivers 2 releasing? Right? I know when Spider-Man 2 is, and these games are coming quick. Alan Wake 2. So I got to just make sure that I'm able to balance this stuff out. I'm telling you, I cannot balance more than at most 2 games at a time. And even then, one game gets neglected. And I just don't see Baldur's Gate 3 just like walking on in and being like, yeah, all those other games you want to play, they're going to take a back seat for this game that you didn't even have your sights set on. I just don't see that happening. But I'm happy to hear you're enjoying it, man. And I noticed, like, dude, it's like, I think number 2 or 3 on the most played games on PlayStation right now. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, it's like up there with big hitters, man. Just realized I haven't drank any water today. I'll take a little hydration break here, guys. If anybody wants to drop a super chat or some membership gifts, now would be the time, because I have to drink some water, bro. Like, I didn't drink anything today. Like, I just did not realize just how damn thirsty I am. So give me 1 sec here. Be a little bit of awkward silence. Got to be hydrated for the state of play, man. Got to be hydrated for it. Saying that's not good, MBG. Yeah, I know. I don't know why I forgot to drink water today. I don't feel that bad. It's just, you know how it is, man. You don't drink all day, and then just out of nowhere, boom, the thirst hits you. And you feel like you just downed 2 water bottles. All right. Let me see here. So, Herpy Derps, I appreciate the super chat, man. What happened? Did my stream just cut for a second? What the hell? No, I'm still here. Well, that was weird. We'll just keep it. I'm just going to keep it flowing here. I don't know why that happens. It just blipped. All right. Fat Back Post says, will they announce the PlayStation 6? They just might. They just might, dude. They just might announce the PlayStation 6 today. Buckle up, because this is going to be a state of play to remember. Remember what I said about having realistic expectations? Throw that right out the window. You know what's funny, though? What's funny about super chats like this is the assumption is that, yeah, they're joking, right? But I really, like, I do wonder if this individual, Fat Back Post, maybe they're serious. Like, maybe they're not, like, really too into gaming. They're kind of like more of a casual gamer, and they came in and they're like, so is like, are we going to see the PlayStation 6? I don't know, man. Sometimes I do wonder if, like, these are actual, like, real expectations that some people may have. But the answer, I know I was being a bit sarcastic, just in case, no, there's not going to be a PlayStation 6 announcement. The PlayStation 6 announcement is not going to come until, at the earliest, probably like 2027. At the earliest. All right, so maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a good segue to unrealistic expectations. Damn, Jay Shako. Damn, you're just like... Broccoli Rob must be living in a different parallel universe or something, because according to him, the PlayStation 6 was already announced. Damn. Where are you coming from, Broccoli Rob? Tell us the future. What happens next with PlayStation? All right, so I did want to point this out to you guys. Maybe it'll be a little bit of a tangent. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. Maybe some of you guys will enjoy it, but I got to get it off my chest. So check this out. I'm tired of the conversation surrounding PlayStation being that like they don't have games coming, because I just frankly think it's not fair. I do. I don't mind valid criticism, and I don't mind people wanting more, wanting something different. But what I do mind are people downplaying or just completely disregarding. So I meant to do this earlier. I'm just going to do it really quick. I wanted to tell you the 5 games, AAA games for that matter, that Sony has coming. I'm going to list them to you over the next 5.5 months. Okay? Leia, you guys see that? She knows. She knows. As soon as I turn around, she's like, you know what? I'm going to get off this desk. She's messing around over there. She's going to end up destroying it. Here are the 5 games. Number 1, Helldivers 2. Number 2, Stellar Blade. Number 3, Lost Soul Aside. Number 4, Spider-Man 2. Number 5, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Now, here's the thing. Some of these games could end up getting delayed, like Stellar Blade. But you know what's weird is, like, when I point this out, I don't know, man. People just... The craziest thing is people are like, yo, most of these games aren't AAA. Like, I'm not the one saying they're AAA. Don't people realize that? I'm not saying they're AAA. These games are officially confirmed AAA by their development teams themselves. And they are all AAA games. And this is what I just think is wild about people these days. It's like, no, it's not. Like, you're objectively wrong. You're arguing a literal fact at this point. I can't help you. But look, man, I'm just trying to help people understand. That's all. You don't have to care. You don't have to understand. But for people who are like, why is Sony the way they are? That's why, guys. By the way, Rise of the Ronin might squeeze in there too. We might want to put Rise of the Ronin and make that 6 AAA games over the next 5.5 months, because apparently, according to the Snitch, Rise of the Ronin is targeting an early 2024 release. So I just don't get why people are acting like Sony doesn't have an actual good lineup of exclusive games when they actually do. Like, I think this is an incredible lineup, frankly. I mean, maybe the biggest argument that somebody could make is, but they're not first party. And you're right about that. Yes, you are right about that. Objectively. Most of them are not first party. They are third party or second party exclusives. In fact, there's only one first party exclusive, that being Spider-Man 2. And I get it. Like, if that is a difference maker to you, but I don't see why it is, because it's like, well, an exclusive is an exclusive in terms of, like, if you bought a console and you're interested to look at a list of games, it's like, well, these are the exclusives for this console. These are all and console exclusives. Because if people are like, oh, LOL, Helldivers 2 isn't a console or isn't an exclusive. Like, yeah, I know it's coming to PC day and date. We know that. It's console exclusive. But I guess I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. I don't know why people get so irrationally angry at Sony when they actually they have a pretty damn good lineup, frankly. for the next 5 months. And it's not to say that I don't want new announcements while we, get these games releasing in the next 5 months. Of course I do. But I just wanted to serve as a reminder, again, to help people understand that if you are not sure why Sony is basically just kind of chilling on their first party announcements, this is why. This is why. You're saying I destroyed Xbox for the same or better? I don't think so, dude. I mean, I've had some words for Xbox when it comes to them trying to go for second and third party exclusives, but keep in mind, dude, like, I've never had a problem with second or third party exclusives. The only time I've ever had a problem with them is if it's because they can't produce their own first party games. That's the only time I've ever had a problem with that. And when it comes to Microsoft, they have had that problem in the past. Sony hasn't. I mean, look, man, I've seen a lot of people say that Spider-Man 2 is the only game I'm interested in from Sony. All those other games listed, Final Fantasy, Stellar Blade, Helldivers, don't care. Okay, but even then, like, if that's the only game you're interested in, like, that's still going to be one of the biggest games that comes out this gen from Sony Studio. So I just don't see. Simply put, I do not agree with people who say that Sony is lacking, because at least when it comes to games, like actual games that are releasing on their platform, because last time I checked, that's the most important thing. You buy a PlayStation 5 to play video games. And to a lot of people, the exclusive games matter. They matter because they're either a big bonus or actually the sole reason you're going to buy a system. And I'm just sitting here and I'm honestly, what other platform holder has that kind of lineup over the next 5 to 6 months? What other platform holder? I don't know. I have no idea. You tell me. Again, this isn't a matter of it's not a matter of being defensive. It's a matter of being objective. That's all it is. So I'm pointing this out as well now because maybe Nintendo does. I don't know. I'm just pointing out it's a strong lineup. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm setting off your voice activation on your PS5. That's awesome. I'm pointing this out now because I just want people to keep this in mind when we watch this state of play. It would be wise of you to keep this in mind because this is what Sony sees. Sony sees we have like 5 to 6 AAA exclusives lined up over the next 6 months. So, not really sure what people are expecting. You know, that's what Sony sees. And you just have to keep that in mind. That's all. And Exley 3000, the legend returns. Exley the legend comes in and drops 5 more membership gifts for us today. Thank you so much for that, Exley. Thank you for keeping the membership train going strong today. That brings us up to 14 members.
Thank you.
On the day. Huge, man. Absolutely huge. Thank you for that. Let me add that to the counter. Appreciate you actually constantly showing support here on the channel. It really means a lot. And I have a couple of super chats. Before I get to them, though, Domingo813 coming in strong again. Following up Exley with 5 membership gifts of his own. Dropping more membership gifts today for us. Guys, that's basically 10 memberships gifted in a matter of seconds. Let's get some W's in the chat for both Domingo and Exley.
Thank you.
Keeping the membership train going strong, bringing us to almost 20 members. We're at 19 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Thank you guys for the continued support. And before we can continue, Herpy Derps, another legend, says, let's get in on this now. You can clearly see we have a membership train going. Herpy Derp says, I'm going to also gift 5 memberships of my own, bringing us to 24 members on the day. I see W's exploding in the chat right now. Thank you. That's 15 members gifted, man. So I will say this, and I'll continue to say this throughout the stream. If you are new here, or if you're just not aware, click any of the gift icons up top and opt in to receive a membership gift. Because as you can see, we have a lot of generous gifters here. And now Hellbound, 1981, another legend. He comes in and he says, let's keep this thing going. Let's do 20. Let's get up to 20 memberships gifted back to back to back. He drops 5 of his own. I got to give you one of those because that's huge, man. That's absolutely huge. 29 memberships gifted just like that. Just like that in total. Thank you guys so much for the support. We have an amazing community here, a very generous community. Just a reminder, if you were somebody who was lucky enough to receive a membership gift, keep in mind, you now have access to all of the members-only content. You have access to the emojis that you can use in the chat now, and you also have just gained access to potentially gift memberships of your own on the channel, if that's something you want to do. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for keeping the memberships going strong here on the channel. Without your support, I simply couldn't do it. Oh, good. Okay. Let me see. I have a couple of super chats here. I want to make sure I don't miss them. Edward, he says, to prep for the State of Play, I looked back to the one in February. Aside from Suicide Squad, yeah, we got like 20 minutes of Suicide Squad gameplay, which no one really liked, or most people didn't like. Most of the games shown are solid. Baldur's Gate 3, Synapse, Chia, etc. Yeah, man, it's easy to forget. I mean, I didn't remember any of those games showing up, but it's funny because I remember when Baldur's Gate 3, when we saw that game, I didn't think anything of it. I remember people were just like, hey, yeah, but well, not people, but me. I was. Let me walk that back. People weren't like that. I was like, okay, Baldur's Gate 3, that's cool. But people were like, bro, I don't think you understand how big of a deal Baldur's Gate 3 is. It's like, I don't, and I didn't. I really didn't. I had no idea. So it's actually interesting looking back that Baldur's Gate 3 was shown. But yeah, man, it'll be fun. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll be painful. Could be fun or painful. It'll be interesting to see how this State of Play stacks up to the one we got in February. It will be very interesting to see how it stacks up because it could be worse, dude. You're saying it was solid. I don't know. I remember a lot of people being pretty disappointed, man. And before I continue with the next super chat here, we have Unverified Bear. I feel like I've seen you gift memberships before, dude. I'm pretty sure you have, but I think you do it occasionally. But Unverified Bear comes in and he says, let's keep it going today. And he drops 5 membership gifts as well. Guys, that's 34 members gifted on the day, which is pretty massive, I would say. Pretty impressive. I think we have a pretty damn generous community here that likes to continue gifting and giving those gifts out. So huge shout out to you guys. Saying you've been here for years. Yeah, I know. You've been here for a while, man. And I'm telling you, I know I've seen you gifting memberships. Honestly, we have so many people that gift memberships on the channel. I feel bad because it's like impossible for me to keep track of everybody all the time. But I've seen so many people just, you know, at certain moments be like, you know what, I want to give some gifts out. Let's do it. And just know that if you've ever given a gift on the channel or if you're planning on it, thank you. It really does go a long way. And Toolman55, you're saying my voice is glitching? Let me all right, let me adjust my mic. Maybe it's getting caught up on something. Oops. Okay, let me know if there's any audio issues. It's because I think sometimes the cord gets caught over here. So If anything else happens, let me know. But Toolman55, longtime member, says, you know what? He wants to get in on this and gift a membership as well. Bringing us up to 35. Toolman, shout out to you, dude.
No matter
Thank
what,
you guys. Thank you for
finding
continuing
something to fight for.
continuing this membership train and keeping it going. Really appreciate it. And Tower Dragon, I think you became a member earlier. Yeah. See, this is the cool stuff, man. This is always awesome to see. Tower Dragon decided to become a member today, and now he decided he wants to pay it forward, and he's doling out a membership gift of his own to give that out. So thank you, dude. Tower Dragon, shout out to you for basically doing a double duty today. W's in the chat for Tower Dragon and Toolman.
Thank you.
Love to see it. Love to see it. That's 36 members on the day. We're inching closer. We're getting closer and closer to the goal, which is a huge goal. That's the crazy thing, dude. 50 members is a massive goal for any stream. And the fact that we're so close is impressive. Very impressive. Let me see. We have Reverse MBG. Uh-oh. That's an interesting name. Reverse MBG. Really wonder what Reverse MBG has to say. He says, people not patient. We got tons of games to play. That's what he says. Reverse MBG says, people are not patient. We have tons of games to play. That's the thing that gets me a little bit here is like, I'm always ready for the next thing, certainly. But sometimes, it is healthy and good as a gamer to just sometimes take a step back and smell. Well, smell the coffee. How's the saying go? Smell the coffee, smell the flowers. But in this case, just smell the games, man. Smell the games, because there's plenty. There's like too many. I've tried to reiterate to people that, look, man, regardless of how you feel about PlayStation specifically, and like some of the events this year or some of the decisions they've made, 2023 has been a crazy year for games. And it's not over. It's still not over. It's been a crazy year for games. So smell the roses. There we go. What did I say? Flowers? I could have what wasn't part of this. Apparently I'm getting my sayings mixed up. Isn't there a saying that says to smell the coffee? Or is it wake up and smell the coffee? I don't know. Stop and smell the roses. Maybe it's wake up and smell the coffee. Or maybe I just made that up. Maybe that's not a saying at all. And you know what? If it's not a saying, I'm making it a saying. But I'm pretty sure that's a saying. So if it's wake up and smell the coffee, step back and smell the roses, pick up the controller and smell the games. No, I don't know. I feel like that doesn't flow as well. We'll think of one. We're getting close. We're getting close to our own. Open your eyes and play some games. Get off the internet and play some games. I don't know. Because you could play games on the internet. We'll think of it. Yeah, dude, somebody pointed out to me and I had no idea. I kept saying what comes around goes around. And apparently I've been saying that wrong this entire time. And I was like, there's no way. This is like a Mandela effect moment. So and I think the way it goes is it's not what comes around goes around. It's I don't even know now. How does the saying go? I was saying it wrong the whole time. It is what goes around comes around. Oh my God. I can't believe that's what I've just been. Yeah. I can't say it that way, dude. What goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. I have to train myself. Can you say it the other way, though? Does it not make sense if you say what comes around goes around? I feel like it's the same, right? But it's if you Google it, apparently it is what goes around comes around. Yeah, bra moment. I'll never say it that way. I'll never be able to. All right. Who remembers at the start of this gen memes about blowing into the DualSense? Yeah, dude. Looking back, some of the DualSense features are questionable, bro. Straight up. Some of the DualSense features are a little bit questionable. I mean, I know there's if you're playing Astro's Playroom, there are moments where it asks you to blow into the DualSense. That's the only time. Like, there's never been another game that's like, let's incorporate this. You know, I don't even think devs know. Yes, that's a questionable feature right there, man. I can't wait for the DualSense 2 when in the next Astro's Playroom 2 for the PlayStation 6, you have to like lick the back of the DualSense. Yeah, that's going to be a good time. Good time. Can't wait to see the memes with that that come out. All right, let's see. We got Jeff B Gaming. Thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying MBG, these same people saying it's not first party, hype up second party Xbox games like Stalker, High on Life. Yeah, and I get that. It happens, man. Like, people, they kind of, you know, they pick and choose when they want to, and I get that, but I always try to encourage people, like, don't play list wars just for the sake of it, right? Like, the reason why I'm listing these 5 AAA exclusives for Sony is not because it's like, and they're so much better than Xbox. No. When I say, like, what other publisher has a lineup like this, I don't know. I guess I'm not trying to say that in a demeaning way. I'm just trying to point out that that's pretty impressive. That's not bad. Like, I think that's actually pretty solid. I think a lot of platforms would be happy to have that many games. And we have Edgar A is what I'll call you, because I will probably absolutely, no, not probably, I will absolutely obliterate your last name. So Edgar A comes in and he says, you know what? I'm going to drop a membership gift today. 37 members, guys. Edgar, dude, thank you so much for contributing, man. Thank you so much for doling out a membership gift of your own. I appreciate that, dude. We bump that up. 37. Where are we at here? Losing track a little bit. Yeah. Jeff B Gaming. To get back to what you said, it is true that Sony cannot, and this is true for all video game platform holders, they can't solely rely on second and third party deals. They just can't. It's not wise. And even for Sony, like, for as many second and third party deals as they have, they cannot just simply say, this is it, man. You know, like, this is how we're going to get by. Maybe in moments where they need them. And I say right now and going into 2024, yeah, they probably need them. But yeah, people are going to say, yo, High on Life is a great Xbox exclusive, or Stalker. It's like, yeah, dude, these at the time when they released, they are. They're going to help the platform, and they're going to give people a reason to pay attention to Xbox. And Exley the Legend comes back out again. Exley 3000 says, here's another 5 memberships. Absolutely huge, man. I'm going to try to not sound overly redundant. I know. How many times are these guys going to get MBG to say thank you? I'm going to back it all. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you want to gift memberships, you will get acknowledged, and please continue to gift memberships. It helps. But for the sake of not just saying thank you a million times, actually, I'm going to give you Mark Cerny, actually, and I'm going to give you a Kratos. Thank you, bud.
Better.
5 more memberships. That's 42 on the day. Very close now, guys. Very close. Are we going to hit that 50? I think we are. Honestly, at the rate we're going, I think we're going to crush 50 today. I think we are. So thank you. I did it. Damn it, I did it again. I said thank you again. I'm not going to say thank you anymore. Proceeds to say thank you about 10 fucking times. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Pradinsky, you're saying, MBG, what do you think will look better, the Spider-Man 2 PS5 or the PS5 Pro Wolverine Edition? Oh, come on, man. It's got to be the PS5 Pro Wolverine Edition. Sony's got to make it happen. They got to make it happen, man. I mean, I'm hyped. You can see I got the Spider-Man 2 plates and the controller and stuff behind me, I think, and I have the collector's edition. I went all in with Spider-Man, and I like Spider-Man. I like Venom. I think Venom's badass. But Wolverine is my favorite. So I really want to see Sony go all in with Wolverine, just like they did with Spider-Man, because I will be there. So for me, whatever they choose to do, if they put out like a whole dedicated PS5 Pro Wolverine console, I'm going to get that. Absolutely. If they just put out plates, I'm going to get that. Collector's edition, hell yeah. One of the reasons I'm so excited, I know this is not a backhanded compliment to Spider-Man. It's not, but it'll probably sound that way. One of the reasons why I'm so excited for Spider-Man 2 to release is because I know that once I play this game and I platinum it and hopefully love it, that now comes Wolverine. Like, that's what I'm waiting for, dude. Like, I cannot wait to see Wolverine. And I'm telling you, 2024, I'm not saying it's going to release in 2024, but 2024, Sony's going to talk Wolverine. I don't know when next year, but they're going to talk Wolverine. And I cannot wait, dude. And god damn, dude. I mean, Insomniac, do they stop? Does Insomniac stop? They don't. Insomniac doesn't stop, man. They have been doing some unbelievable lifting for PlayStation. LMAO, not you acting like Spider-Man is the opening act. Well, here's the truth, though. I know this. I know Spider-Man 2 is going to be bigger than Wolverine, no matter what. Like, Wolverine is not going to sell as many units. It's not going to be as widely acknowledged by people. It's not. Wolverine is not as popular. Wolverine's very popular, but nowhere near as popular as Spider-Man. That's just the truth. That's just the reality, and that's okay. He doesn't have to be. He shouldn't be. You know, Wolverine is a character that, you know, very different from Spider-Man. But for me though, like, Wolverine is, I mean, in a way, Spider-Man 2 does feel kind of like the opening act, leading into Wolverine. And I've seen people speculating that, I think we're going to get like a Wolverine cameo at the end of Spider-Man 2. I'm not expecting that, but oh man, that would be that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Hell yeah, dude, that would be sick. But it has to be rated M. It's worth noting that some high-ranking Insomniac game devs are announcing on Twitter that they're moving on to Wolverine now. They're moving on from Spider-Man 2 to Wolverine. So, yeah. Yep, it's happening. Unverified Bear, thank you for the milestone chat. You're saying, this is the best PlayStation community on YouTube. Well done, MBG. You've created the greatness we awaited. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. Love always, London, UK. Shout out to the gifters. Yeah, shout out to you guys, and I appreciate the love, Unverified Bear. I'm glad you enjoy it. That's my goal here. I mean, obviously, you know, there's some in the past, and even occasionally sometimes there's some console war stuff that goes on, but generally speaking, you know, Xbox is doing their thing. The fans seem happy, and you know, as a PlayStation fan, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not saying things are perfect, but I don't know, man. I feel like these days, I'm sorry if I sound like a fanboy here, but it's just honestly how I feel. I do feel like it has kind of become the cool thing to hate on PlayStation a little bit. Not like fully, but just a little bit. Where it's like, guys, come on. Like, I saw people getting... You know what's probably going to get announced today? Lock it in. Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition, PS5, PC. PS5 and PC. This is going to get announced today. And I've seen people kind of reacting to this where it's like, it's one of two things. It's either, oh my God, Sony, stop milking your games, even though we've always gotten complete editions. Like, this is an absolutely normalized, common thing that no one seems to have ever had a problem with. But because Sony's doing it, it's like, oh my God. Like, come on, man. They did this with the first Horizon as well. It's not even new. But if it's not that, it's people being like, oh my God, they're bringing more games to PC. And I just see the weirdest reactions. It's either A, oh, Sony's ruining their brand because they're putting their games to PC. It's like, look, I get that there's still people that are very passionate about that conversation, but you got to give up the ghost, man. You know, like you don't have to be excited for Horizon going to PC. You don't have to care. But it shouldn't be treated as surprising at this point, where it's like people said in 2019 when Horizon Zero Dawn went to PC that this is the end of PlayStation. This is going to be bad. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but PlayStation's doing great. Like, they're doing fine. Like, them putting their games on PC. I will say it did actually have a negative impact when they released The Last of Us Part 1. I think that was a huge mistake because that game was broken. So stuff like that, actually, yeah, I think harms their reputation. But generally speaking, I just think it's surprising to still see, like, guys, people need to try to prepare themselves if they're not already. You're gonna see eventually Spider-Man 2 release on PC. You're gonna see eventually Wolverine release on PC. You're gonna see all these games release on PC. And this generation, you're gonna see Sony come out. I mean, even right now with Helldivers 2, Helldivers 2 is a PS5 exclusive. It's not a first-party game. It's first-party intellectual property, day and date on PC. You're going to see this with Sony first-party games like Concord and Fair Games and probably we don't know for sure, but probably The Last of Us multiplayer. And so it's just like, I just don't understand the swaths, if I'm using that word correctly, of negativity. Just these waves of negativity where it's like, guys, who the fuck cares? You know? Like, who cares? I mean, really, who cares? I just don't get it. How could you care at this point? Sony has announced like 10 plus games for PC. It's like, they're not just going to turn around and say, you know what? We're going to stop releasing on PC because it's hurting our console sales. And yeah, I see a lot of people say, dude, where's Ghost of Tsushima? Why is Ghost of Tsushima not on PC? I'm telling you, they are saving it for when they announce Ghost of Tsushima 2. Because they know there's going to be a ton of hype for it. Boom. Here's Ghost of Tsushima coming to PC. So please go buy a PlayStation 5 for Ghost of Tsushima 2. And then they'll probably rinse and repeat. But I guess I'm just pointing this out because it's like, I don't understand the overwhelming negativity. I understand some negativity. Like, for example, I don't think that anybody was in the wrong for being pissed off at Sony for increasing PS Plus. Not to keep bringing it up, but it's like, you're not wrong. Like, yeah, that's annoying. Who's going to be happy about that when they're not announcing any more benefits? That's an appropriate time to be negative towards Sony, in my opinion. I mean, I think that's even like objectively, right? But I just don't like when it's like, hey, even though there are negative things that I and many others are pointing out, I don't like when you try to, if you just even try to be a little bit positive, just a little bit, right? Just like, hey man, I am a little bit excited. I am kind of happy with a lot of the stuff PlayStation's doing. It's like, what? You are a fanboy. You are a shill. It's like, oh, okay. You know, like, oops. You know, it's crazy to me. It's crazy. And it doesn't have to be. That's the point. It doesn't have to be. It can be not crazy. And we could just have conversations, but I don't know. Then again, I'm talking about the internet here, and that's why I'm thankful for you guys. Truthfully, I am. You know, I don't feel, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say we are the best PlayStation community. I'm not going to say we're the best anything. All I'm going to say is that I think we do have a phenomenal community. And I see not all, but most of the conversations you guys have in the chat, in the comments. And don't get me wrong, you know, a lot of negativity and some trolls, they make their way here. And it happens. It comes with the territory. But generally speaking, you guys are pretty good. You know, you're pretty good. You're pretty reasonable. You know, this is not a channel where it's like, if you can only say good things about Sony. No. You guys are always here, whether I'm saying good things, neutral things, negative things, and you're there, and you can agree, you can disagree, and that's what you do sometimes. And I appreciate that. I just wish that that type of conversation and discussion could exist further out. You know what I mean? Like in other areas. And it does in some, but it's too far and few in between. And unfortunately, I think the only way that's going to change is by Sony, right? Like, for example, if this state of play today does kick ass and they come out and they're like, yeah, we're having a good state of play today, guys, you're going to see a lot of positivity. And it's funny, like the irony of that is assuming they don't announce any new games. It's like, guys, you know that everything that Sony talked about today was already there, right? Like we've been acknowledging this stuff. You guys are just now acknowledging it. You know? Of course, we'll get new updates on that, and that makes a difference. But it's just interesting to me how it really does come down to Sony and the way that they handle their stuff. Because if this state of play goes bad, I mean, you're going to see people lose their minds. Some people, hopefully not a lot, but if it goes bad, you're going to see people come out and be like, Sony's dead. They're dead. Meanwhile, Spider-Man 2 previews are coming out tomorrow, and I'm sure those previews, I'm assuming those previews are going to be good. Exley says, what I like about this community is we have a wide range of opinions, but we all still respect one another. That's key. I agree. Exactly. You know, we are very tolerant here. I think of people coming in and saying, hey, I disagree, and here's why. And I even having a passionate opinion. I think there's an obvious line, I think, between somebody who's being passionate and what they have to say. And sometimes it does lead to some arguments, you know, and I like to see those arguments kind of be resolved on their own with people, but sometimes they're not. Again, it happens sometimes, but generally speaking, I agree. Actually, we have a pretty wide and diverse set of opinions, and people are very much accepting of that. They like what I've noticed. Not to keep going on here, I'll move on. But I just want to say I've noticed that the people that come here and stick around, or even if it's like at certain times, it's 9 times out of 10 because they actually want to have conversations about games. Most of the time PlayStation, but other games too. And that to me is something I will always appreciate, because that is the purpose of this channel, to talk games. We talk other stuff sometimes, but that's the main purpose. And it's always just very cool to see so many like-minded people where that is, I'm assuming like that's why you're here too. You know, because I don't know about you guys. I don't have like a big circle of friends or just a big circle of people in general. Like I don't talk to a lot of people in person. You know, I do sometimes, but I'll tell you what, most people I don't talk to about games or stuff like that. And I don't know if that's the same for some of you or many of you, but that's why I appreciate it even more, because it's like, I mean, even like right now, there's like over 800 people here that are excited to talk games. And that's crazy to me. That's a crazy, awesome thing. So it's nice. It's nice that we have this here. So thank you guys, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know how I got. Oh yeah, I think I got onto this from Unverified Bear. Yeah, so thank you for that, dude. Piper, you're saying Sony has a first party problem right now. Maybe. I mean, if I were to say to that, Piper, I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but if I were to say, okay, my response to you saying Sony has a first party problem right now is Spider-Man 2. You know, what's that? What does that do for you? I just say Spider-Man 2. Piper, I don't want to answer for you. I feel like I have no choice right now, but I'll try to give my best guess, because I feel like this is what other people who have that opinion, what they would say. And yeah, I think it comes down to like what Space D is saying here. Like it's more of a volume problem, right? Where it's like, yeah, Spider-Man 2, of course, but that's it. That's all. That's just Spider-Man 2, right? What else is there besides that and Wolverine? You know, what else is there besides the Marvel games and the live service games. So in that case, I can agree that there is that problem still persists. I don't think it's as bad as people make it sound, because the thing about this problem is it can be very, very easily corrected. That's the thing about it, is it can be easily corrected. I think Sony knows this. I mean, I'm sure they know this. It's as simple as, well, we're ready to show you like 3 new games that are not live service, or maybe 5 games. 2 are live service, 3 are not. Whatever it might be, like it is a problem that will be corrected. Not because I hope it will be, not even because I want it to be, but because it literally will be. Something that a lot of people didn't want to hear, and I understand why, after the showcase, and I may even have to reiterate it again after the state of play. People don't want to hear this, but it is the truth. It's just an objective fact, is the problem is not that Sony doesn't have games. It's not that they don't have first-party games. They have a pretty crazy amount of games that are in development that have not been announced. Studios that have been working on stuff for literally years that somehow haven't leaked, which is crazy to think, but still haven't been revealed. And I get that people are like, well, I'm tired of waiting. It's like, me too. I know. We want the roadmap. We want Sony to reveal more of this stuff in advance. But I feel confident in saying, let them cook, right? Like, just let them cook. It will be worth it. And, you know, I have that confidence. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe it won't be worth it. But Sony hasn't really, when it comes to their game releases, they haven't really done that. You know, they haven't really made me wait and then say, sorry, it turned out bad. That's just not really how it's went for Sony. So it's like, look, I follow them closely. I look at all of their studios. I look at all their job listings. Some of these games have actually been confirmed by the developers, but we just still haven't seen them. It's like, all right, you know what? I'm going to pay close attention to what we have in front of us. Hence why I put emphasis on these 5 to 6 games. That's another reason. I'm not just making a list of games to be like, see guys, PlayStation is the best. No, it's because, look, even though we want more from first party, we're probably not going to get that right now. However, this is what we have in front of us. So maybe we should try to just pay attention to that and get excited for whatever it is there that we want to get excited about. And then by the time we're done enjoying those games, by that time, Sony probably, you have to imagine, I mean, we're talking about entering March, April, May of 2024. You have to imagine Sony's going to be getting ready to really talk again. And I'll tell you, we may not get another proper showcase until next year. I think that's obvious at this point. May not even happen until May of next year, June. I refuse. Straight up, I don't care if people say, you know, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment, then so be it. I'll be disappointed. But I refuse to go into another Sony showcase next year in 2024 and not be fucking excited. Because at that point, I would be, if they had another bad showcase next year and somebody came out and said, dude, I think Sony, I don't know, man. I think they might be cooked. Like, I think they're fucking going downhill. I would agree with you. Guys, really quick, you're saying, Space Gambler, you're saying, I don't see why people are having issues with MBG's mic. Is it too loud? That might be it. Is it, you know what? I think it's too loud. I'm completely in the red right now. I think some people might be having issues because I think the mic is coming, saying it's 100% fine. Okay. It is, I will tell you, it's bleeding all the way in the red for me, which tells me it's actually pretty loud. You're saying it's clipping. It could be that too. I'm going to back it up a little bit go further away from my mouth because I am talking very loud. I am talking very loudly. So, I would turn down the gain, but I feel like that might lower it too much. So I'll just back it up a little bit. Because I'm talking very loud and it's probably causing a bit of a grainy, if not, yeah, it can do that. It can cause clipping at times. So I'll keep it here and you guys give me some feedback. But yeah, if Sony has like a second, not a second showcase, when Sony has another showcase, I will not accept, because I know people say, they're like, NBG, you know, are you just becoming complacent? Is Sony allowed to do anything and you're okay with it? No, dude. Like, I'm telling you, fine, Sony, you give me one bad showcase, fine. It happens every once in a blue moon. Even Sony puts on a poor showcase. I'll tell you what, the next showcase that they do, because that's the thing. I know people are like, yo, Sony has to have a banger state of play today. I want that. I do. But I am not going to convince myself that this is going, like, oh, they're just going to come out here and this is the second showcase. They're going to make up for the first one. They're not. No, I'm not. It could be great. And if they do, they do. That's awesome. The next showcase next year is going to be when Sony has to come out and say, hey, guys, you know how you've been sitting here and waiting for that first party roadmap and we have just not shown you anything? And we've just basically kept everything under wraps. Here you go. Here it is. If they don't do that next year, we are going to have some serious issues because how could they? How would that even be fathomable? We don't know anything beyond Spider-Man 2. Well, what about Wolverine? Yeah, okay, but what about it? We have one CG trailer. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just trying to say that we need, like, Sony literally, I mean, they have no choice. They have to show us first party games next year. Because if they don't, we won't have first party games to play for 2024 or early 2025. That's just the fact of the matter, dude. Like, there's no way around that. Those 5 to 6 games that I listed to you, they only extend to March 2024, assuming they don't get delayed. If Final Fantasy doesn't get delayed, if Rise of the Ronin doesn't get delayed, if Stellar Blade doesn't get delayed, these games extend at the latest to March 2024, maybe April. Outside of that, what is coming from Sony? Beats me. So yeah, I get it. When you say like Sony has a first party problem, that's their problem. Their problem is they haven't told me or you or anybody else, here's what you as a PlayStation owner and a PlayStation fan can expect in 2024. The only thing they said is Concord. What's Concord, you ask? I don't know. You tell me. It's a first-person shooter. Some people here right now are probably like, what the fuck is Concord? I bet you, like, I promise you, there's some people right now in the chat that are like, what is that game? So, yeah, that is a problem. But it's not a problem that makes me get all like concerned, because how could I? Like, how could I? When I know what I know the studios Sony has, I know many of the projects they're working on. I don't know the timelines of these projects, but just knowing that and knowing that we don't know shit. Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm really not. And I know some people, oh, there's copium and whatnot, whatever. Call it whatever you want, but right now, I'm focused on the state of play. I'm hoping it'll just be pretty good or decent and not offensive. and I'm focused on Spider-Man 2. And next year, the conversation, dude, next year, guys, is going to be fun because the conversation surrounding first-party PlayStation is going to be fucking insane. It is. Like, regardless of what happens, if they do nothing, that conversation's insane. If they do everything or a lot, that conversation is also just as insane. So next year is going to be fun. When is Abandoned coming out? I wish I could tell you. Saying ABG, Sony doesn't want to announce games 2 to 3 years out anymore. I do agree with that. Seemingly, that's not what they want to do. And that's probably smarter. But it's more difficult for the fan base. You have to admit, like, that is the smarter way to handle it, but the fan base gets anxious. We get antsy. We need answers, damn it. I'm fine with that though. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm sorry. This comes up every stream. It's almost impossible for it not to. I want to see these live service games, dude. Because I know what to expect from Sony's single player. I know Ghost of Tsushima is going to be incredible. I know Ben Studios game is going to be amazing. Santa Monica new IP, next Astro game. Blue Point. These games are going to be awesome. I know that. Like I have no doubt about that. I want to see these multiplayer games from Sony, dude, because they are either going to be like, oh shit, dude. Now this is surprisingly good looking. Or it's going to be, oh shit, dude, this is a fucking train wreck. There's not going to be an in-between with these multiplayer games coming up from Sony. I'm telling you. ETA 1 hour, guys. We have 1 hour until the state of play. Until the state of play is happening. So 1 more hour for us to chat. Let me see here. I got Jay Shako. Remember, for 5 months, he says, nothing but love for the amazing community, for the amazing MBG community. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, Jay Shako. And thank you for all your modding you do in the chat. That actually, let me just take a second to give a shout out to all of my mods on the channel. Thank you for all you guys do. I feel like I don't show you guys enough love and appreciation, but I really do appreciate it. We have Aaron, or hold on. Toolman 55, longtime member, 18 months, says, what do you think of the Apple iPhone 15 Pro specs? I mean, it seems pretty insane, dude. It does. Like I didn't look at the specs themselves, but I did see that games like Assassin's Creed Mirage, RE4 Remake are going to be able to be played natively on this controller. And again, I've had this, if you want to really know my extensive thoughts, go check out my last stream, check the timestamps. I talk all about it. But to give you the gist, I'm impressed, but I'm not convinced that it's necessarily, at 30 FPS. I mean, I would expect that. I don't think people are going to specifically go out and say, I'm going to go game now on my iPhone 15 Pro. To me, it just seems one of those things where it's like, maybe for people where it's like they don't buy consoles and they don't game on PC, it'll just be like, well, it's there and maybe I'll try it, maybe I'll enjoy it. It could get some people into AAA gaming for the first time. Certainly. But yeah, the phone seems like a beast. The fact that it can actually run those games natively is kind of crazy. Did I talk about the Unity situation? No, I haven't talked about it because it's just, I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like I'm the best person to chime in, but it seems like it's an absolute train wreck nightmare scenario for no reason whatsoever other than greed. Yeah, I think Unity basically killed themselves. I think that's what happened. I think they're done. If they don't reverse course, I think it's just a matter of time till they're gone. No one's going to use their game engine anymore. It's really, really bad. It's really bad. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying, and thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, I think the Switch 2 can't be any better than the Steam Deck. Nobody's going to prefer using it to play on their TV instead of a PS5/Series X. I mean, I feel like you could be right. It's tough, dude. It's tough. This is why we have to be careful. I have to be careful when we talk about the next Nintendo console, because these are just insider reports that we're hearing, and it might not be as beefy as we're thinking. Like, it might actually be more difficult to get modern games running on it than we think. And I did say in one of my streams, and I still fully believe this right now, it's that it's not just going to be the specs of the Switch that matter. It's going to be how easy or difficult it is for developers that are making games right now and already have games that are in pre-production right now for the PS5 and the Series X, How easy or difficult is it going to be for them to just now spec down to get that game running on the Switch 2? To me, that's going to be the difference maker, because I don't know, you're saying no one's going to prefer using it to play on their TV instead of a PS5 or Series X. I'm not so sure. I am not so sure about that, because here's the thing. If it's really, really, really easy for developers to be like, oh shit, we'll just scale this down and do a little couple tweaks, a little optimization for the Switch, and boom, we have a massive install base, you would assume, that we can sell this to. I think, I mean, even my wife, she's somewhat of a Nintendo fan. And I told her about this, how like it seems based off of the rumors that the Switch 2 is going to get presumably like most, if not all, third-party games now, assuming again that the reports are true. And even she was like, "Wow, that's pretty exciting." Like it's been a while. It's like, yeah, it has been. So I don't know, man. It could be, yeah. That's the thing. It's like how many compromises are there going to be? I mean, you know what the separating factor could be? I'll tell you right now. You say you're not convinced that people are going to prefer using it to play on their TV over, PS5 or Series X. You know what the difference maker could be? The frame rate. You could be right in the sense that every game is coming to the Switch 2 at 30 frames per second. If that's the situation, and then, you got a PS5 Pro coming out, and as these games move over to just being PS5 and Xbox Series X, you have to assume if we continue to see most games offer 60 FPS on these consoles, that could be a difference maker. Maybe not, though. All I know is this, man. I'm not going to underestimate Nintendo. That I do know. I'm not going to underestimate Nintendo. I'm not going to assume that they're just going to suddenly destroy everything, and just be the market leader. I mean, like overnight. But I just don't want to underestimate them. Yeah, see, that's the thing that's what's difficult for me to believe. That sounds wild. The Matrix Awakens demo was running at 60 FPS. Dude, that demo ran, if I'm not mistaken, at fucking 30 FPS on the PS5. I need to know what's going on at Nintendo with this Switch 2. Because that can't be. How is that possible? How is it possible that the Matrix, what does it look like? You're saying that's DLSS for you. Dude, if that's what we can expect, I'm telling you, if that's what we can expect, yeah, I think every third-party game is going to run just fine. I don't know, though. How optimized was it? How much optimization had to go into that? These are things that I don't, again, I know I'm like very topsy-turvy with this, but it could go one way or the other, man. Or it could end up right in the middle. It could be that the Switch is about to really give Sony and Microsoft a run for their money. And games, like every game's going to run great. Every third-party game is going to easily hit 60 FPS. I don't know. That could be what happens and look just fine on the TV in handheld mode. It could be way less than that. It could be like, oh yeah, this really super optimized demo shows what is possible at the highest end on this new Switch console. But most games are not going to get anywhere near that. Or it could just land somewhere in between them where it's like you can expect a lot more third-party games at a less fidelity, maybe less frame rate on the new Switch model. Could be that too. We're going to see, man. We're going to see. And it's going to be very interesting. So thank you for that, Aaron. Edgar, you're saying, gee, I just beat Final Fantasy 16, and all I can say is, wow, those icon battles are just out of this world, simply amazing. Yeah, dude. Love to hear. I'm telling you, I keep seeing that from people who were a little bit late to the party with Final Fantasy 16, and they're just playing it now, just beating it now. I'm telling you, anybody who's played and beaten Final Fantasy 16, their mind has been blown by these boss battles, these icon battles. highlight of the year in terms of boss battles for me so far. Absolutely. In terms of just, I mean, sheer scale. I still think about that Titan battle, man. That was crazy. I mean, that was absolutely insane. But did you guys see the report going around about Square Enix and their financial struggles, losing $2 billion? You know what's sad is like a lot of headlines and reporting. They're like putting pictures of Final Fantasy 16, and they're really making it look like Final Fantasy 16 is the reason Square's struggling. Like no, Final Fantasy 16 is one of the only bright spots for for Square Enix. Actually, games like The Avengers, games like what was that service game? Babylon's Fall. Games like Forspoken, all these basically horrible flops, expensive, horrible flops. That's what hurts Square Enix. That's why they're struggling financially. Games like Final Fantasy 16 are the only reason they're probably hanging on right now. And games like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, I don't know why people can like you just always get this sense that for some reason there are like people rooting against these games, and I don't know why. Yeah, and Final Fantasy 14 as well. Yeah, and these games are good. I don't know why people are rooting against them. But yeah, game like Forspoken definitely hurt them, man. Probably hurt Sony too. Let me see. We have Dildo Baggins the Third says, "Will they announce Starfield Extreme Edition PS5?" Yeah, dude. Not only are they going to announce the PlayStation 6, they're going to announce Starfield Extreme Edition coming out for the PS5. And that Extreme Edition is going to be exclusive to the PS5 and the PlayStation 6. It's a deal that Sony and Microsoft worked out. So, yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Josh, RE4 VR and Helldivers 2 is a W. God of War style SM2 teaser. Ooh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Hold on, Josh. Is RE4 VR confirmed? Because I do want to see more of that. That right there is the VR game that I have my eyes on right now, dude. I am locked in with that. Yeah, I want to play that. I really, really want to play that. So you're saying it is confirmed. Ooh, yes. Dude, this state of play sounding pretty good. We got, yeah, RE4, VR, and Helldivers 2. That's a W for me, man. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, those are two games I'm genuinely very excited about. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good. Wolverine demo Shadow Drop. Oh shit. Yeah, dude, that's gonna happen. Foam Stars. Actually, realistically speaking, Foam Stars might show up. Foam Stars might show up. Helldivers beta, dude. I really, really, really hope Helldivers 2 is gonna come out. What if they're like, it's out today? Wouldn't that be fun? I know they're not gonna do that. I know they're not gonna do that. But man, I hope it comes out really soon because I've been dying to play this game. I'm really. I hope I'm not let down by Helldivers 2. There is the possibility I could be disappointed in it, but I think Helldivers 2 looks really fun. What do you guys think? Is it just me? MGS1 remake? No, dude. Can you even play Helldivers 2 alone? It's a great question. I feel like you can. They probably have AI, if I had to assume. So thank you for letting me know about that, Josh. I actually didn't know that RE4 was confirmed. Kevin G, you're saying BG3 on PS5 is great. I can confirm no censorship on PS5, and with the turn-based nature, it is easy to play one-handed. A friend told me. #bearsex. Yeah, dude, I still think that's crazy. I mean, dude, we talked a little bit about Baldur's Gate 3 earlier. I'm not going to go deep into it here, but people are loving this game, and people are actually, I think, pretty impressed with how good the port is, the PS5 port anyway. And that's funny to me. You can play it one-handed. I didn't think about that. Yeah. I don't want to think about that now. I don't want to think about that because I think I just picked up on where you went with that. I don't know why I'm late to the party. So we won't focus on that part of your super chat here. But hold on, guys. I'm trying to figure out if my air conditioning is not working again. Because I hear it running. It's getting really hot in here. And not because of your super chat, Kevin. Not because of your super chat. I mean, it's like actually I'm starting to sweat. And I'm trying to figure out, because if it's my air, I'm gonna have to go do something about that. All right, let me see. Josh, again, you're saying, is it slimy how Microsoft and Bethesda handled review codes? I will say this. Josh. It's not uncommon for this practice. It's worth noting that plenty of publishers withhold review codes or are shady with them. But something I have noticed with Starfield in particular is that almost all of the outlets that they withheld review codes from that ended up giving the reviews late, like Eurogamer and Metro. I mean, I don't know much about Metro. Was it Jim Sterling, I think? And I know that there are others. I noticed that there's a common theme between all of them, and they all are basically like, this game isn't very good. Like, it's fine, but it's really not that good. It's certainly not great. And I noticed that Starfield's Metacritic dropped to an 83, which is fine. Like, I've already had this conversation about how, it doesn't matter if you want to enjoy Starfield, who cares about a Metacritic score? But I just can't help but notice that all of these, and I think what's weird about that is it's going to make people come out and say like, oh, well, they gave it a low score because they're salty that they didn't get review codes. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, some of these outlets are big. Like Eurogamer, they're considered professional. Like, they're not just going to give it a low score because they weren't given a code until like the last minute. I mean, I can't speak to like Jim Sterling. I don't know if I don't know if he's a respected reviewer or not. I don't know. But to me, it's just weird to see that. And so, it would be, I don't know. You just have to wonder how much different the conversation would have been if these review outlets were giving codes and they gave these same reviews. And the day Starfield reviews came out, it's like, oh, it's an 83 on Metacritic. I don't know. I don't know how much that would have dramatically changed the conversation. I'm sure it would have been more toxic than it already was. But whatever, man. It's Bethesda's prerogative, dude. Like, they're free to handle, and this goes for all video game publishers. They can handle review code distribution however they please. And whether or not if I sit here and I say, yeah, that's slimy, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, it's obvious they want to control the narrative, and I get it. Like, I don't think that is the most honest way to go about it, but I get why they want to do it, because it's like they can't afford for this game to look bad. They just can't. It'll be bad for them. It'll be bad for Microsoft. It'll be bad for Microsoft's bottom line in their purchase of this publisher. But, you're saying 99% of the bad reviews are 100% hate. See, that I find difficult to believe, Space D. I do. Like, that to me sounds absurd. You're telling me if I went and I read extensively every single negative review, I'm going to come to the conclusion that none of them had any valid points whatsoever? I mean, I think the lowest score I've seen for Starfield, is a 4 out of 10. Do I think Starfield looks like a 4 out of 10? Just straight up looking at it? No, I don't. From what I've seen, I don't think so. No, I'd be interested to hear why they gave it a 4 out of 10. But that reminds me of like when I saw Ghost of Tsushima get like a 5 out of 10. I'm like, I don't think so. Like, it's just a review, it's just an opinion, but I'm not sure how you could think this is a 5 out of 10. That's a little weird. And I think somebody saying Starfield is a 4 out of 10 is a little weird. You tell me it's a 6 out of 10. Okay, unexpected, but why? What are your criticisms? Right? 7 out of 10, same thing. Like, definitely a little bit lower than expected, but why? What's the reason? So, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, enjoy what you want to enjoy. I don't care what anybody says. People can call me a fanboy. People can say what they want. Starfield definitely should have been higher than an 83 on Metacritic, simply for the fact that the level of expectation placed on this game was not unfair, and an 83 is not. An 83 does not match, just flat out. No matter which way you slice it, an 83 does not match the level of expectation that was placed on this game. Does that mean the game is bad or shouldn't be played or enjoyed? Not at all. No, not at all. It did exactly what it needed to do, and that's what matters. But it's just that, it'd be like if Spider-Man got an 83, yeah, that'd be crazy. It's like, what? I'm still going to fucking play it and love the hell out of it, but what? Who the hell would have expected an 83 for Spider-Man 2? No one. Literally no one. So, to me, that's kind of the funny nature of these review scores, though, is that they create so much like passion. It's like, no, this is not acceptable. Like, dude, it's fine, man. Just go fucking play the game and enjoy. Who gives a shit? Like, who gives a shit what some random dude has to say about this game you want to play? Who fucking cares? If you're going to a review score, like if you need that, I promise you, here's the thing. The people who are most passionate about review scores already made their minds up. Period. End of discussion. They already made their minds up. The people who actually are going to review scores to help determine a purchase, they're not talking on the internet. They're actually out there trying to figure out, like, I need to know the pros and cons of this game and if it's going to be worth my money. The people who are out there fighting the fight for no reason, they made their mind up. Okay? So, who cares? That's why I'm trying to tell you, who cares? You're going to see a fucking 3 out of 10 review for Spider-Man 2. Who cares? Go buy it and play it if that's what you already chose to do. Who cares about that 3 out of 10? No one. Sorry, got a little bit heated there. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what review scores do to people. They make us crazy. All right. You're saying you would like to buy an Xbox Series X, but must see a few more games first. And I think that's totally fine. Like that is one of the most reasonable takes. It is. Like, hey, I'm thinking about it. Microsoft is getting me to pay attention. Just want to see a few more games first. Yeah. Why not, dude? MBG coping in advance. I mean, come on, man. You're not going to... Come on. You know a 3 out of 10 Spider-Man review would be fucking absurd. I mean, what would Spider-Man 2 have to do to warrant a 3 out of 10, bro? All right, let's see. We got Josh. He says, sorry, I read that one already. Sorry, Josh. But thank you. Sam the Apollo Wolf says, hey, MBG, do you think we'll see Silent Hill today? Actually, I do want to let you know, I've been told, and I take it for what it is. I'm just telling you this so that way you keep your expectations in check. I've been told that Konami's not going to be part of the state of play. So take that for what you will. I'm not saying that means you trust me. No, I'm just saying that's what I've been told. So because of that, I'm just going to assume Konami's not going to be there. Maybe that's disappointing to some people, but Yeah. So when it comes to Silent Hill, I imagine, and no, this is not a trust me, bro moment. Like if you want to, who knows? They could show up. They could. I would be surprised, and I would like to see that. But again, I don't want to end up disappointed. I'm kind of glad I was told that because I was not nervous. I was like actually really thinking like, oh yeah, Silent Hill 2 is definitely one that's going to show up. And then I was told that. I was like, oh, well, okay, well, that's fine. That I assume that means something else is going to show up that I'll be interested in. But when it comes to Konami, I don't know, man. I don't know when they're going to start talking about Silent Hill 2 remake again. It's been a long time. I don't know when we're going to, hear more about MGS3 remake. And that's why I was even hoping maybe MGS3 remake would show up, but not yet. Not yet, apparently. Let me see. So thank you for that, Sam. We got Piper. He says Xbox and Nintendo, they're getting ready to drop very heavily in the next year. I agree, dude. And that's a good thing. I'm telling you that right there, Piper, is Sony's not stupid, dude. Like, I know people think Sony is just like totally oblivious. They're not. Sony is well aware of the heat that both Nintendo and Microsoft are getting ready to bring to the table in the next year and a half. They are absolutely ready for that to happen. Whether or not Sony's going to be able to fend that off, and like block every fucking attack and just straight up, yeah, are they playing chess here? Or are they playing checkers? I don't know. You tell me. Is Sony playing chess or are they playing checkers? You tell me. But Piper, I appreciate the super chats, man. Definitely leading some interesting conversation there. We have Perfect Image saying, can a hard drive hub work on the PS5? I don't know if it can be done. I'm actually not sure, dude. I can't tell you. I haven't had to hook up anything to my PS5. The only thing I've ever used on my PS5 is a thumb drive just to transfer some gameplay footage on occasion. That's it. Space Gambler Jr. says no with, what is that, 4 exclamation points. Space Gambler Jr. says just tried it. Well, there you go. There's your answer, man. Chat coming to the rescue. By the way, guys, do me a favor. We have over 900 people here. The show is going to start in about a half hour. Appreciate you guys being here with me. Please do me a favor and hit that like button. I would really, really appreciate that. If we could get 500 likes, that would be incredible. If you're looking forward to the State of Play or if you just enjoy my streams or my content, please hit that like button. It does help. But thank you for that Perfect Image. We also have New Soul 9 saying, anyone had a muffin with chocolate milk? I personally did not have a muffin or chocolate milk today, although I do like both. Chocolate milk's good, man. It is. It's good. I like muffins too, but today I had, I actually had Chinese food today. Had some sesame chicken, some white rice, some barbecue chicken. Good stuff. I didn't overeat, though. I was pretty good about it. I didn't overeat. I just didn't drink enough water. So thank you for that insightful super chat. Shems, you're saying it's happening. What's happening, man? What's happening? Sewell, you're saying, nah, Switch 2 supremacy. You're hyped for the Switch 2, Sewell. I think if you're excited for the next Switch, you definitely have more than a couple reasons to be excited, certainly. MBG, excited for Spider-Man 2 previews on Friday? I am. I'm very interested to see what people have to say about it and how positive or not positive they may end up being. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, have you been keeping up with Unreal Engine 5? Not so much, honestly. Like, I really was paying close attention to Unreal Engine 5 when it was being marketed alongside the PS5 and with The Matrix Awakens. But since then, I just assume like developers have just been, I assume that they have just been working, like beavering away, learning it, getting better with it and doing more with it. And that we're just going to continue to see that reflected in the games that are in the works right now, that are coming out in the next couple of years. So when it comes to like how closely I'm paying attention to Unreal Engine 5, not too closely. Just keeping it pretty simple. Like, yeah, I think we're going to continue to see good things. That's what I hope anyway. I mean, it's been taking a little while. You're saying I'm unaware of how demanding it is. You know, I'm not totally unaware. I have noticed that a little bit. And here comes the gnat. Right on time. Here comes the gnat. I have noticed that apparently it is putting a lot of strain on some games and like hardware where it really is very demanding. But I don't really know what to make of that. You know, that's more of a developer side problem. And it's like, well, I hope they figure it out. You know? Josh Z, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying the next version of NSO and the nature of backward compatibility will play an important role in a successful Switch 2. The amount of ported games is wild. Yeah, I agree with that. I think backwards compatibility is one of the biggest. I think that is one of the, I mean, it has to be, right? Like, there's so many Switch players who bought so many games. And I feel like Nintendo, frankly, could absolutely get away with not doing backwards compatibility. But I think it would hurt them. I do. I think it would definitely hurt them. But I hope they do. I say that as somebody who's not even invested in the Switch, just because, man, that would suck. That would suck so bad. You're saying backwards compatibility is a must. Here we go with this fucking gnat, dude. Oh my god. Every stream. I'm gonna try to get it this time because I'm not doing it. This one's crazy. You guys see this? I really hope you guys can see this gnat, because if you can't see this gnat, I just look like an absolute insane person. I'm just like, where's this gnat? This gnat, what's going on? Everyone's like, oh my god, he's snapping. The state of play didn't even start yet, and he's snapping. This gnat though is crazy. It's really flying around trying to. I'm telling you, I think it's trying to get in my eye, trying to get in my mouth, trying to do something. I need a salt gun. Yeah, salt gun. God damn, that sounds weird. All right. I finished my coffee too, so if there was any chance that it would just die in my coffee, that's gone. Should have saved a little bit. But yeah, Josh, it is. You're right, man. Like, backwards compatibility, that's going to be fun to see. Saying, why don't I seem excited? No, I'm excited, man. Like, I'm trying not to get ahead of myself. Like, we still have almost 30 minutes left, you know? And I don't want to like get all like, let's go in the next 30 minutes, you know? You must smell really bad. You got bugs after you. Dude, no, I showered, I put on deodorant. I don't think I smell bad. I would hope not after doing all that. So I don't know. You know what? I think it's the light, dude. I think it's the ring light in front of me. I think they're attracted to it. At least that's what I have to tell myself. Or my screen. Yeah, I guess maybe the screen is more likely. But thank you for the super chat, Josh. We have Tower Dragon saying FF16 is great and they have confirmed 2 DLCs. Yes, they have. They have. And a lot of people are interested what these 2 DLCs are going to entail. Like, are we going to see like backstories of certain characters? I don't want to speculate too much without going into spoilers. I mean, what makes these 2 DLCs interesting though, and this is not a spoiler, but anybody who's played Final Fantasy 16 knows this. Final Fantasy 16, god damn it. Oh man, it keeps flying around my mic. Like, that's what's pissing me off. It keeps flying around my mic. This is going to be the rest of the stream, guys. I'm telling you. Anybody who's played Final Fantasy 16, you know that they gave you a complete game, like a complete story, beginning, middle, and end. But even with that, there's so much there in the world and with the characters, they could definitely do more without it feeling like, why wasn't this in the main game? And that's what's exciting to me. What is going on? Hold on one sec, guys. I gotta set this up here. What is going on? Hold on, guys. Why is this about to fall? All right. Sorry about that. Am I ready for pain, suffering, and disappointment? Oh my God. I hope not. That sounds really bad. No, I want it to be good, man. I want it to be a good show. The Gnat is a spy drone. Yeah, something weird's going on, bro. Let's see. We have, so thank you for that, Tower Dragon. We have Dragon Bat Spidey. Thank you for the $10 super chat, man. You're saying, are you a fan of Dragon Ball Z? And what are your thoughts on DBZ Tenkaichi? Tenkaichi? I don't know. Tenkaichi. I think that's how you say that. 4 being announced earlier this year after waiting 16 years since the PS2 era. Well, first off, I'm not like a Dragon Ball Z fan. I never got into it. I don't have any problems with it. I've just kind of like always come across Dragon Ball in like passing. And I've had a lot of friends over the years that were super into it. Hold on. And you know, it's what's funny to me about it in a way is that I've known so many people in the past, Tenkaichi. I don't know. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's the pronunciation. You already know what to expect. I am going to butcher it. But oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. This thing I'm trying to set up, it's not working with me right now. Okay. I've known so many people throughout the years that have actually played these Dragon Ball games. And I have played some of them, like not extensively, like mainly with friends and just very casually. And so I'm not like very familiar with this, but that is interesting to me. You're saying after 16 years from the PS2 era. Yeah, I've always, the way people have talked about these games, like there are just some that are held in very high regard. And I guess this is kind of one of those situations. I guess what I can say is that I'm happy for you guys. You know, I imagine that must be a very, very exciting situation where it's like, dude, it's been 16 years. That's a long time, man. That's over a decade. That's almost 2 decades. That's leaning closer to 2 decades. So I'm happy for you guys. Don't know if I'm going to be excited for it necessarily. But yeah, man, I don't know. I've just never gotten into like any anime. It's Dragon Ball Z. It's considered an anime, right? I mean, I know some of the memes and whatnot, but that's about it. I think that gnat went in my ear, dude. Let me see here. But dude, Dragon Bat Spidey, thank you for the super chat, man. We have Navenzer. He says, I don't know what's happening to me. I think this gnat infiltrated my brain, bro. I know this is off topic, but do you think they'll ever remake Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks? Because yeah, I need that pretty bad. LOL. No. Sorry to be so disappointing with such a definitive no, but like, I don't think they're gonna go back and remake these Mortal Kombat games. I should make a shirt with a gnat on it. That's funny. I don't, dude. I mean, I look at what they're doing with Mortal Kombat 1. They've completely rebooted the storyline, right? They're starting fresh, but at the same time, it's got... I've noticed with NetherRealm, they have a routine in a way, like a pattern. They have a formula. That's the word I'm looking for. They have a formula with their games now, and it started with Mortal Kombat, then it went to Injustice, Mortal Kombat, Injustice, back to Mortal Kombat, and I don't think they're going to deviate from that formula. I mean, this is the nature of big, expensive AAA games these days. Games like Shaolin Monks, Mortal Kombat Deception, even Armageddon, these were games that were trying to do things a little bit differently, experimenting a little bit, and I thought that they were really... I mean, some things were better than others with some of the like stories that they were trying to do, the campaigns, I mean, and the features. But generally speaking, I appreciate it really what they tried to do. But now I just feel like they have you know, they kind of had this formula. Like even looking at Mortal Kombat, the way they're handling the story now, they're handling it the same way that they've been handling all their stories, right? In Injustice and Mortal Kombat games. They're not really deviating much from that. So a Shaolin Monks remake, it would be awesome to see that. And I want to say like at most maybe one day, but not anytime soon. Not anytime soon, unfortunately. But, you know, I'll never give up hope entirely. Did the state of play start? No, we still got 20 minutes. 20 minutes for the state of play. Leonard Magnum, you're saying MBG, video game journalists are sometimes bad at reviewing games. Some of them even deduct points / score based on politics and stuff. Yeah, I've witnessed that firsthand, and that's why I always encourage people, like, do not take it that serious. Like, don't take it to heart. Don't. These are just people. And these people could be very, very, very different from you in terms of taste, what appeals to them, what doesn't. I always have encouraged people, go with your gut. I'm not saying you'll never be burned. You will. But you'll also be burned following review scores. No matter what, you're always taking a risk. I never liked the idea of a professional reviewer. I respect a lot of good professional reviewers because it's hard work. And you got to have it. It is a skill. But I never understood the idea of if somebody... Like, one of the reasons why I don't watch, like, super in-depth reviews is because I feel like I sometimes walk away, and maybe this is a compliment to some of these reviewers, and, you know, maybe some of you guys feel similarly. They go so in-depth with their reviews that I'm like, I feel like I just played the game. Like, I know everything about this game now. Maybe not the spoiler stuff, but it's like, it takes away from it a little bit. You know what I mean? Because really what you're trying to figure out simply, is this worth it? And that's why a lot of times people just go to the numbers, right? I'll decide if it's worth it based off of the number. If it's a 7 or lower, it's not worth it. If it's an 8 or higher, it's worth it. And that's true. You do have to sometimes do your research because you don't want to be burned. Like if you did zero research on Cyberpunk and you bought it for console, yeah, you're fucked. But then again, such a big stink was made about it that it's like, how could you not know that? You know what I mean? How could you not be aware if you were trying to make a decision? But I always encourage people to go with their gut because you know what you like. You know what appeals to you better than any reviewer does or than any reviewer ever will. And I just always encourage people, you know, like we're saying, just take everything with a grain of salt. That's all. There have been, I think you guys can see this gnat flying around, by the way. I'm seeing it on screen now. Holy shit. Feel my pain. You know how annoying it is because I know you can see it. Remember when we were kids and would buy games based on the cover art? Yeah, I'm not saying be like that ignorant. I mean, we had no choice, but that is I feel like that's too risky, right? Where it's like, yeah, I don't know about that. But for me, it can sometimes be as simple as I don't need to see anything about Santa Monica Studios' next game, like this new IP. I want to see it, but I don't have to see anything. I'm buying that game day one. And that's purely based off of their reputation. I could hate it. It could be horrible. But I have zero reason to believe that. They've given me zero reason to believe that. They've only given me every reason to assume they're making a great game. You know? And I feel like, yeah, Ben Studios' new game, some people are definitely going to look at review scores for that to figure out, like, is this going to be worth it? Oh, man. Dude, I'm gonna have to spend the next 15 minutes waiting for the state of play trying to actively kill this gnat because this fucker is aggressive. This is getting serious now. You guys are saying kill it. Dude, it's so fast, though. That's the thing. Like, I have so much shit around me. I'm liable to end up destroying something. God damn it. Destroy it. You guys are like, let's go. Fuck it up. Punch a fucking hole through my screen by accident. Oops. All right, let me make sure I need to make sure I get to the rest of these super chats before the show actually starts. Sewell, you're saying if I can't play XC2 on Switch, I'll cry. We'll have to see, Sewell. We'll have to see. I mean, there's so much unknown about the Switch 2. We'll find out together. Magnum Gaming, you're saying, will Apple acquire a publisher now thanks to Microsoft? There's a possibility, yeah. I'll tell you what, now that they're getting AAA games onto the iPhone, yeah. Yep, you might want to pay attention to Apple because they might be liable to be next in line to buy a publisher. Although I don't think that they would, I don't know. If they bought a publisher, I don't know that they would make their stuff exclusive. But then again, it's Apple. So, good question, though. IP Gaming, you're saying, all right, guys, we have about 20 minutes. What's your prediction rating for the State of Play? I'll go first. I'm giving it a 5 or 6 out of 10. I want Death Stranding 2. For me, I'm sitting straight up at a 6 out of 10. I'm not saying a 5 out of 10. A 5 out of 10 would be totally neutral. I am not neutral. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10 because there are already 2 games there that I want to see. And I'm looking forward to seeing Helldivers 2. Maybe a 6.5 or a 7 even. Just because these 2 games I'm excited for. RE4, PSVR 2, and Helldivers 2. But depending on how exciting these games look, it could bump up to a 7. And so if there's any little surprise beyond that, then I'll bump it up even higher. William, thank you, man. You're saying people are reporting SE lost $2 billion. Square Enix lost $2 billion, thankfully. Community notes on X corrected them. Square Enix is doing poorly in spite of the massive success of FF16, not due to it. Yes, and that's great to hear. I didn't know that the community notes, it is important. Like, it's not even a matter of dunking on people. It's like, it is important for people to know that, you know? Because we talked about that earlier. Like, Final Fantasy 16 is helping Square, not hurting them. It's just their latest release. It's all the other games like Avengers, Forspoken, and whatnot that have really hurt them. So, absolutely, man. The Snitch said Stellar Blade is coming to PS Plus. All right, well, what do you guys think? If that's true, does that help make up for the price increase if Stellar Blade drops day 1 into PS Plus? Is that a win for Sony? What do you think? Straight up, nope. No. I mean, you guys, it doesn't help at all. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just reading this from the chat. I don't know if there's any truth to this. It's a start. Yeah, that's how I would view it. It's a start. It's something. Certainly. Angry Whale Watcher says a big W. Actually says yes. Or day 1 releases like Game Pass. I mean, you have to imagine that's going to happen to some degree. New Soul 9, you're saying MBG, I promise you Persona will change your mind. I don't know, dude. I don't know. New Soul 9, I don't think you understand how hard of a sell that is, dude. For me, like Persona, that's a hard sell. It is. It's been a hard sell. People have been asking me to play Persona since like 2018, dude. I said dude like 3 times. I don't know why I'm saying dude so much. Richard, but thank you for the Superman. Richard, you're saying notice Apple all over PlayStation commercials. I have noticed that, yes. Sony does still make their own phones. And yet, we're seeing the Apple iPhone in there. Commercials. All right, so I'm going to set this up now because it's starting in 10 minutes. All right. I just got to get my headphones plugged in. We're almost there. Got like About 10 minutes left. All right. I just have to switch over the audio and we are good to go. There we go. Do we know how long the state of play is? It's 27 minutes. From what I've heard. That's what's been floating around. So let's do a quick recap now that we're about 10 minutes away. Just, a bunch of new people joining us here, which is awesome. Thank you guys. All right, so Helldivers 2 confirmed for the state of play. Resident Evil 4 Remake PSVR 2 apparently confirmed for the state of play. There are hints of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth showing up, Stellar Blade showing up. I've heard Konami will not be at this show. So if you're expecting Silent Hill 2 Remake, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, anything else, don't expect that. This is going to be focused on third parties and indies, but keep in mind, Sony has a lot of third-party exclusive games that they have to show more of, hence why I listed all those games. We're not going to see any first-party. Unless they trick... look, Sony has lied in the past. They said... There was one time they said that it's a third-party show, and they ended it with a new trailer, I think for God of War, or one of their first-party games. I'm not saying expect that, but just keep that in mind. But there's not going to be any big first-party announcements. People, I would recommend going in with lower expectations. This is a state of play. It is focused on third-party. This is not a showcase. I'm not saying it couldn't be good. I'm not saying don't have any excitement. It was Returnal co-op. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was confused. Which game was it that they ended up showing? But they straight up said, nothing about first party. And yet there was something first party related. Something else that might show up, by the way, Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition, PS5, PC announcement. Maybe, maybe not. That's been rated. That is happening. That is a thing that's real and legitimate. But other than that, yeah, just have reasonable expectations. Saying PlayStation should make a studio just for day one releases. That would be interesting, but I feel like Sony would only be willing to do that if they were really heavily invested in PlayStation Plus. Right now, Sony, this state of play could give us a better idea of how much they're investing in PlayStation Plus. Because again, they did just up the price of it, and people are expecting or hoping that, come on, Sony, do something to help justify this, So, can you play the God of War clip with expectations? Oh yeah, here we go, guys. Let me bring that up. State of play starts in 10 minutes with more than 20 minutes of updates. Okay, so they confirmed it's more than 20 minutes. All right, I'm going to play this audio clip for you guys. Ready? Just gotta...
Keep your expectations low, and you'll never be disappointed.
Wise words.
There you go. Keep your expectations low, and you'll never be disappointed. "20 minutes. I mean, it's hard to say, 20 minutes, it could be good. Saying you, sir, are the GOAT. Oh, thank you for that, man. Saying I have the best channel. Thank you. You guys are too kind. Too kind. Well, we are about 6 minutes away now. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. It says 5 minutes here. I shouldn't have to refresh, but I'm ready to. Just in case. Saying it just updated. All right, let me. Oh, well, there we go. 4 minutes now. Yeah, I was watching this video from this guy here, this doctor. Addiction, why we can't fast or keep a diet. Really interesting stuff, guys. Obviously not relevant to this, but I highly recommend checking it out. Some pretty great. This doctor is pretty cool. Cool dude. Very insightful. Saying, MBG, I've been using the statement you said. Hope for the best, be prepared for the worst. Yeah, I guess that's the last thing I'll say to you guys before this thing kicks off is hope for the best, but definitely be prepared for the worst. Be prepared. Or you could just go with Kratos. Yeah. I mean, the thing about Kratos' suggestion, like keep your expectations low and you'll never be disappointed. I feel like it's kind of difficult sometimes, because you don't get stated plays often. People want to have they want to have a little bit of fun, a little bit. Will they ever say anything about the price hike? I don't know. We're going to find out. We are going to find out, guys, together. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Am I a Kojima fanboy like you are? A little bit, yeah. I've softened over the years because I realize, I try not to, like put anybody necessarily like an individual on a pedestal. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of Kojima and his work, and I'm excited to see where he goes after Death Stranding, man. That'd be awesome if Death Stranding 2 showed up. I don't think it is, but that would be cool. He was editing a trailer recently, but then again, Tokyo Game Show is right around the corner. So, you never know. Omen86 drops in out of nowhere and says, have a nice state of play, everyone. I'm watching on PSVR 2. That's awesome. That's awesome, Omen. Yeah, I hope it's good, man. You have to come back after and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about what goes down, both good and bad. 2 minutes. 2 minutes and it's starting. I got some Slim Jims here with me, by the way, just in case I need that extra boost. I don't know if I'll need it. I don't think I'll need it, but damn it. "60 seconds. Trying to see if I have to refresh it at all. I'll refresh it one more time. Not yet. By the way, guys, do me a quick favor as this is about to start. Hit that like button for me. I'd really appreciate it. Helps the stream out. Says it will begin shortly. Oh, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh it. I'm getting. I feel like I have to keep refreshing. I can't help it. How many people? They have almost 100,000 people. Is that good? I feel like that's pretty good. Almost 100,000 people. Oh my God, their chat is wild. We're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. The waiting's the hardest part, right? Oh, okay. They have a 5-minute. Wow, that's a. They're copying me now, dude. They're like, let's do a 5-minute countdown. That's really loud. Oh, it is in 4K. They are streaming it in 4K. 4K 60. Well, good. I mean, it should come in pretty clear then, guys. Should come in pretty clear. I just want to check the audio levels really quickly. How is it? How are the audio levels? Damn, man. I thought I was going to start right away. I feel like they don't normally do 5-minute countdowns. Maybe like 2 minutes or something? Yeah, the music is always loud. Hit that like button, guys. We have over 1,500 people here watching, which is awesome. Thank you guys for choosing to come hang out with me and watch the State of Play. Hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. So close. So close. We're almost there. Any last second predictions? Last minute predictions, I mean? Omen86 says, same excitement as before MBG's own streams. Oh, thank you, man. That's some high praise right there. Every MBG stream is like a State of Play. No, probably not. Probably not. But I do appreciate that. That's very kind. Yeah, I hope it's a good show, dude. I do. I hope it's a good show. I mean, they're really building it up here with a 5-minute countdown. Does disappointment await? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Domingo says, come on, Knack 3. Domingo, I'm sorry, man, but they already said no, they already said no new announcements, bro. Your dreams are already crushed. The show hasn't even started and your dreams are already crushed. Damn. That's brutal. Kyle says, I'm expecting absolutely nothing. Playing Mortal Kombat 1 now. Yeah, I didn't realize that Mortal Kombat was out. Oh, shit. Man, I forgot to mute the super chat donations. All right, real quick, guys, before it starts, let me mute those. All right, we're back. We're back. No worries. Omen says, I hope we get to see Jim Ryan, my man. Yeah, you know he's not going to show up. You know he's not going to show up. Sorry about that. I had to get the notifications off the screen so they didn't pop up anytime during the actual show. All right, here we go. Contains mature content, not suitable for all audiences. Announcing XXX games on PSVR 2 like Steam? Yeah, I don't think so, bro.
Gross.
Dude, is this Death Stranding 2?
Okay.
Shit, man.
No problem. Alright. Okay. Well. Yeah, that might be a problem. Alright. Okay.
What the dude, what am I watching right now? Dude, this has to be Death Stranding 2. Look at it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh,
Dude, what the hell are we watching?
oh, that sucks. Ugh. All right. Oh yeah, post. All right. Yeah. Okay. Tree. And up. Oh, god damn it.
Nate, are you okay? You look sad.
Oh, hey, Mike. No. That's sad. I was just taking a break from my run. So road's out.
Yeah, road's out, but no worries. Grapple point.
Grapple point. Oh, just grapple. I'll grapple it.
Yeah, just grapple with grapple.
This grapple, I'll grapple
I'll
it.
just grapple that fucker with my grappling hook.
Yeah, no worries. Just grapple that fucker.
I'll just grapple that fucker.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, Salada.
Oh, Solana.
Dude, what
Yeah.
are we watching right now?
My grappling hook. Well, I don't know where, Mike.
I mean, it is kind of funny, but I'm also like, what is happening?
Okay, there's enough here.
Oh, man. Okay. Dude, this game looks so weird. Okay. All right. Well, that's one way
Hi,
to
I'm
start a
Sean
state of play.
Benson. Here
Oh.
at PlayStation, our
Okay.
team is always on the lookout for creative, inspiring, and original games to bring to PlayStation players around the world. We are constantly canvassing game development studios as we search for the next exciting idea. And as you just saw, Baby Steps is a great example of the innovative spirit that we're looking for. In today's State of Play, we've got a wide variety of games to share with you. My hope is that these demonstrate the diversity of experiences coming to PlayStation consoles and PSVR 2. On that note, I'm very excited to welcome PlayStation players to Roblox. This infinite variety of 3D immersive experiences is making the jump to PS4 on October 10th.
Oh,
Roblox features full cross-platform support, so you can join 66 million daily
No
active users
way,
across
bro.
PC, mobile, and other platforms. We can't wait for you to explore millions of experiences together.
Oh my
and to see what
God.
you create. All right, let's dive in. Starting with a look at 2 great games coming to PlayStation VR 2.
Richard, you're saying they showed this before, it's not new? I didn't know that. Oh, man. Starting
Welcome
off
to the
with this in
Ghostbusters.
Roblox.
You might be new here, but we have a job to get done. This city isn't going to save itself. So get geared up and join the team, because working together will give you the best chance.
We got this.
Luckily, you'll have access to the latest ghost-busting gadgets, if you can earn them. We're talking turrets, shields, decoys, and so much more.
Throw your trap. Wow. Light him up.
I'm picking up something.
Whoa. Watch out.
You'll need to be ready for anything
Here he comes.
before you'll be ready to take on
I don't know,
the
man.
Ghost
I'm
Rider.
not. I got PSVR 2, but I'm not. I'm good with this.
Ghostbusters, Rise of the Ghost Lord.
Oh yeah, and these guys, mini puffs, they can be a real pain in the...
Anybody hyped for that at PSVR 2? Ooh, okay. RE4 remake. Let's go. For PSVR 2, yes. Please, let's get a release date.
No fucking way.
Oh, man. Dude, yeah, it is. It's just like Resident Evil 8, man. It's the entire game.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
Come on, let's get a date. Coming this... Fuck, yes, dude. Now that I am hyped for. Oh, some DLC.
This is Condor 1. President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
I'm seeing increased movement from Los Eliminados. Don't get careless.
Oh, is this the, Separate Ways DLC?
What terrible actions will be done in its name? And who will pay its darker cost?
Find Lewis. Fetch me the amber.
Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
Because in this world, someone always pays.
There's someone who needs my help.
Best not to ask who or why.
Yeah, man.
It's what I researched for all these years, Ada. And I see the symptoms already showing in your eyes.
September. Ooh, wow, that's really soon. Good stuff, dude. Free update. Yeah, RE4 was awesome, dude. So PSVR 2, free update, DLC, let's go. Not bad, not bad.
I am Na'vi.
No. You are what I made you!
I was abducted by the RDA and trained in their ways. For 15 years, they kept me from my world and my people.
Wait. You have the mark. You are Sorrento. The poor child knows nothing of our ways. Let Home Tree be a refuge from your burdens.
I must seek those who can teach me the ways of the Na'vi and help me reconnect with my world.
Follow me!
I won't hurt you. No!
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really into Avatar, so I don't know that I'm really feeling this too much.
You are starting to think like a Na'vi. Now, we will teach you to ride like one.
Now Pandora is under attack again. I will not allow the RDA to destroy this land. This is my home.
The Na'vi will fight on your side against the RDA.
Yo, did you guys see that? There was a little glitch there in the trailer. It did like a double take.
I am Na'vi,
That was weird.
and I will protect Pandora. Sivako!
How do you guys feel about? I don't know, man. Again, I'm not into Avatar, so I don't really feel anything for this game.
We need him, Connor. We need him stronger. Faster. Better equipped. More vicious than ever. We need him ready.
A demo for Ghost Runner 2. Nice. These transitions are very interesting. Assuming that's what this is. I don't know what this is. Are these new colors? They don't look new. Oh, Deep Earth. Oh, okay. I guess they are. All right. Well, there you go. Deep Earth Collection. Oh. PlayStation. There we go. Helldivers 2. Please, release date, man.
Hi, I'm Johan Pilestad, CEO and Creative Director at Arrowhead Game Studios. And today I'm pleased to share an extended look at Helldivers 2.
All right, let's go.
We're starting on the ship's bridge, preparing to select our mission from the galactic war map. Once cleared for mission engagement, it's time to go into your Hellpod and prepare for planetfall. Today, we join a squad on one of the many planets in the galaxy, set on an important mission to eliminate a deadly Bile Titan.
Okay, we need to find the Terminate Bile Titan.
I think it's this way. There's some enemies here.
Okay, I'm covering you on the right.
We're covering your rear.
Oh, there's loads of them. I'm switching to flamethrower. Oh god! No, it's the Bile Titan! Oh, I died.
Reinforcing. Oof, I have to run.
Alright, I'm back. Can you guys take him out with the recoilless?
Yeah, I'll try to take him down from the side. Reload my recoilless.
On it.
I got enemies on my back as well. Oh, there's a charger here.
I'm gonna take out the Brood Commander.
He's charging me.
We take out the charger with the recoilless.
Alright.
Reload away.
Nice. I'm gonna thin out the crowd a little bit.
There are a lot of them coming. My guard dog is taking care of the little ones. Oh!
I'm throwing out the strafing run to try to take out the small guys.
Holy shit, no, this looks chaotic as hell.
Oh. I'm sorry. One small death for the Helldivers.
Reinforcing.
Okay, should we do something? Should we strategize?
I'm drawing his attention.
Alright, I don't think I have an option. We need to throw in the 500 kilogram bomb. I'm throwing it out.
Oh god, he's coming for me.
Getting out of the way. There we go.
Good job.
Nice.
Good job, guys.
Well done, Helldivers. Another win for Super Earth. After each successful mission,
Earth.
players are rewarded for their efforts, allowing them to upgrade their ship, weapons, armor, and stratagems, giving them the edge in the many battles to come. I hope you enjoyed seeing a glimpse of just one of the many missions and planets the game has to offer. Now go out there and spread managed democracy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. It looks fun. Fuck! It got delayed. Damn it. Damn, dude. No, oh shit, Spider-Man 2. Okay. See, I thought that they didn't have any first party.
This is Brian Intihar, Senior Creative Director at Insomniac Games. Thank you for all of your amazing feedback to our demo at the showcase earlier this year. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is filled with an amazing story and story missions. But today I'm here to provide you with a first look at how the open world experience is evolving and how the game is built to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5. The first thing you'll notice is that our city has nearly doubled in size with the addition of two iconic New York boroughs, Queens and Brooklyn. And we've introduced the web wings, an entirely new mechanic
This is out of nowhere.
Web swinging allows you to traverse the city in a whole new way and at faster speeds than ever before. Whether it's the neighborhood backdrop of Queens or the fireworks that light up the sky over Coney Island, exploring these areas will feel much different than the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan, while also delivering memorable locales like Peter Parker's old stomping grounds in Midtown High and Miles Morales' current place of learning, Brooklyn Visions Academy.
Hey Miles, what's up?
Speaking of our heroes, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 will introduce the ability to switch between the two wall crawlers in the open world, and thanks to the power of the PlayStation 5, you can make that switch almost instantly.
That's awesome.
Delivering a bigger city and playing as not one but two spider heroes were big goals for Marvel's Spider-Man 2. But this time around, it was equally important to provide a greater sense of exploration and discovery. As you progress through the main story, a number of new activities and storylines will become available. The majority of those will now be represented by visual cues in the world that grab your attention, such as a flock of Kraven's Talon drones circling a building, a mysterious symbol projected into the sky, or even an unfamiliar spider-bot ping emitting from one of the rooftops. Many activities, like the Hunter's cloaked blinds that overlook the Big Apple, lead to even greater challenges yet yield worthy rewards and new information about Marvel's greatest hunter, Kraven. Others will lead to a climactic showdown with Marvel villains not yet seen in the Spider-Man universe. The Spider Heroes have new AR tech in the lenses of their masks, providing a quick glimpse of activities already discovered, or helping locate new ones yet to be revealed. You can always refer to the upgraded Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app to quickly track nearby areas of interest. The app will also include incoming requests from those who call Marvel's New York home. Some will ask for either spider hero to help, while others, like the students of Brooklyn Visions calling upon Miles, will require you to put on the mask of a specific hero. All these activities, including crimes you stop from the game's various enemy factions, also now feed into the new District Progress system, which even provides more rewards and unlocks our brand new fast travel system. As you can see here, the PlayStation 5 and its SSD means you can move across the city with very little downtime. Finally, the more city you explore and the more activities you complete, the more ways you'll be able to customize your spider hero. This includes mastering additional combat abilities and traversal skills, acquiring and improving gadgets, upgrading through the new suit tech system, and of course, unlocking additional spider suits. And
dude, it looks awesome, man.
Marvel Spider-Man 2 will feature over 65 suits from the comics, movies, and multiple original designs. And thanks to the all-new suit style system, you'll now have more than 200 different ways to outfit your friendly neighborhood
That is fucking awesome.
On behalf of Insomniac Games, we couldn't be more excited about what this expanded city has to offer, and all the new ways you'll experience Marvel's New York. We look forward to seeing you swinging around in Marvel Spider-Man 2 when it launches October 20th, only on PlayStation 5.
Hell yeah, dude. Fucking surprise Spider-Man 2. I don't even know what that... I guess that's a trailer. I mean, shit, man. I told you. See, I told you Sony does this. This is what they do. They're like, oh yeah, there's not going to be any first-party stuff. By the way, here's some first-party stuff. Good shit, man. Helldivers 2, Spider-Man 2?
1 year has passed since the end of the great conflict
What is
between
this?
Dana and Rena. And so, our journey continues.
There she is! Don't let her get away! After her!
The gang's all here.
The hell she did? She's a monster!
Tales of Arise.
truth is that
You guys
people
were
will
suggesting I
always
play
doubt,
this game.
hate, and reject.
This is like a sequel. I think Tales of Arise? Yeah, I've heard really good things about Tales of Arise. I don't know if it's only on PS5 or not.
There will be.
Beyond the Dawn, November. Is that like an expansion? Oh.
What we call destiny
DLC?
is
Okay.
neither visible
Okay.
nor tangible. Yet, it is as certain as the collapsing and converging of the past and present. I called out to you and you came. The future is like a labyrinth. Every divergence is merely an inducement. There is only one real path. You and I are each other's destiny.
Hey, Beth Vegas! Having a great
Foam
time?
Stars, bro! Holy shit, we're getting Helldivers 2, Tales of Arise DLC, Spider-Man 2, and now Foam Stars? Fuck! Dude, no joke. No joke. People are laughing at this game. This game won Game of the Show at Summer Game Fest from people who played it. No joke, man. This game might be really good.
2 insanely fun game modes.
We can't laugh at it.
Smash the star. Defeat the star player to win.
That's crazy, dude.
Happy Bath Survival. Dominate the arena in teams of 2 with support from your allies on the outside. Eight unique characters hit the stage. Soa, Agito, Tonix, Jet Justice, Melty, the Baristador,
Dude,
Raid Breaker.
what? This is giving me
Penguin.
insane flashbacks to Destruction All Stars.
Foam Stars Open Beta Party.
Open beta 9/29. Fuck, I'll try it. If it's open beta, why not? Let's see.
We've been having a blast with Foam Stars, and we can't wait for you to get your hands on it. The open beta kicks off later this month. Before we wrap up, Square Enix has one more update for us today. They're hard at work on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the ambitious follow-up to the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy VII Remake. Let's see what's in store for one of next year's most anticipated games.
Josh, you're saying MBG, this is a disgusting W. RE4 VR, Spider-Man 2, Helldivers 2. This is a crazy good state of play, dude. I fucking told people, man. I told them. Sony does have good state of plays.
Ready to fire, sir.
Welcome to the New World Order.
Fire! Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry.
Hell yeah, dude.
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters? Am I even human?
Okay, we're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth.
Who is that?
You see.
Who is that?
So you heeded the call too, did you?
What are you talking about?
As you can see, your brothers down there are having a little get-together.
No
You're
way.
our best chance of finding Sephiroth.
Yeah. I ask because I suspect they're soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
Katsu.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Sephiroth!
Oh, man.
Come on!
On me.
Oh, man, dude. This looks crazy. You think they're gonna drop a release date?
Look! Look!
Dude, I'm getting like there's too much stimulus, man. Sensory overload with this trailer. Holy shit.
Excuse me. Could you look
They're
after
going
my friend?
crazy.
Just for a bit.
A weapon?
Tutelary creatures, said only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
Who dares disturb my slumber? It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds merge. I'm waiting, Cloud.
God damn, dude. What a trailer. Oh my God. February 29th. And you could, okay. Holy shit, dude. Wow.
We hope you enjoyed that new look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's coming to PlayStation 5 on February 29th. And that's all for State of Play. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Dude, that was a fucking W State of Play if I ever saw one, man. Hold on, I'm gonna let this finish out, and then I'm gonna put out a poll for you guys. I just now realizing I think this is another new Spider-Man 2 trailer. Shit, man. Dude, anybody who's hating on Spider-Man, I get it. You don't have to be into Spider-Man, but anybody who's hating on this game is fucking kidding themselves, bro. Holy shit. That was a fucking amazing State of Play, dude. Like, that was significantly better than I expected. I need to now bring up a poll. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a poll for you guys to. I'm trying to process this right now. Start a poll. Grade today's State of Play. We'll do. My son is out there screaming for some reason. Don't be sad. It was a great day. It was a great State of Play. All right, guys. Grade that. That's an A. Fucking just hands down, that's an A. How is that not an A? I don't see any way in which that's not an A. You know the only thing that I'm actually disappointed about, and it's pretty small. This is pretty small. Well, first off, I think people right now are fucking losing their minds. Stellar Blade fans are losing their minds. Where is Stellar Blade? But the only thing that's a little bit disappointing to me is I wasn't expecting Helldivers 2 to get delayed. I was really convinced that this game was coming out this year. I was very much looking forward to it. So it definitely weakens the remainder of the year for Sony, but goddamn, they showed Spider-Man 2 out of nowhere. The trailer was awesome. I mean, I'm telling you guys, the marketing is going to be nonstop. You guys are saying a B. For me, I think what easily puts this to an A for me and puts it over B is simply the fact that we got a release, well, not a specific date, but a release window for RE4 Remake for PSVR 2, which is something I've been really wanting to see more of. So basically from this, I walked away with RE4 Remake, Spider-Man 2, Helldivers 2, and FF7 Rebirth. I mean, geez, man. And Foam Stars, bro. Foam Stars. So it was good, man. I really, really enjoyed that State of Play. I gotta say, the biggest surprise here has to do with Spider-Man 2. Was not expecting that to show up. Actually, you're saying it's probably for the best. Yeah, you're right. February is a better time for Helldivers 2 to release. But man, dude, February's looking really, really good. Really good next year for PlayStation. You're getting Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. God damn. Yeah, and they announced those new colored PlayStation plates, the new colors. I forget what they called it. It's for I don't know what they called it, but I thought they were the same for some reason. And we have Big MP. Big MP comes in out of nowhere, showing up, dropping 10 membership gifts. Let's get some W's in the chat for Big MP. He's doling out some gifts. He crushes our goal today. He actually gets us up to 52 members on the day. Dude, thank you so much for that. That literally came out of nowhere, dude. Very much appreciated. I actually have to update the goal now. I'll do that. We'll talk more about what we just saw. I'm seeing some people say that the state of play was like a C. Really? You think so? You're grading it a C? Not even a B? What about it made it a C? I thought that was really good. I mean, considering how bad state of plays can be sometimes. You know? All right. Update that, dude. Thank you so much for the 10 bomb, man. Really appreciate that. Saying it was a B. What's the difference between this and the showcase? I mean, honestly, the biggest difference between what we just saw in the state of play and the showcase in May is mostly the volume of third-party games. That's the biggest difference. Just the overall volume of games in general. But I got some chats here from... Let me see. So sorry, Omen. We didn't see Jim Ryan. Josh, you're saying, my God, Spider-Man looks very clean. Looks next gen. It does look very good. And by the way, how was the stream? This was like the first event stream I've done with my new PC. I didn't see any complaints, but I just kind of want to know, get some feedback. Because it looked really good on my end. And yeah, even though everything was compressed, it still looked really good. Saying it was solid. Saying Foam Stars is garbage. The stream was clean. All right, good. Significantly better. Great. Good to know. I'm really happy about that because that's why I upgraded, man. Because I knew that we would be, live reacting to stuff like this in the future. So I'm happy to hear that it was a wise investment there. Yeah, dude, Spider-Man 2's looking great. And Josh, you're saying not an Avatar guy, but graphically very impressed. It did look really good graphically. Yeah, I'm just not into Avatar. I haven't even seen the movies, really. Something about it just doesn't appeal to me. But it did look graphically impressive, I agree. And it is one of the bigger games coming out later this year. Kipford, you're saying, I'm going to go see Hatsune Miku May 5th, PSW. Thank you for letting me know that, Kipford. Appreciate it, bud. And thank you for being a member for so long as well, dude. The Genius 200, you're saying, considering they didn't show anything new or a fraction of what they're working on, it was a damn good show with some release dates. I can't complain. Yeah, I'm feeling I guess I'm feeling a little bit amped up right now because I just was not expecting it to be... It was honestly Spider-Man 2 that did it for me. It was. Like, I did not expect that to show up. I didn't expect any updates on that, especially because we're getting previews of it tomorrow. So I thought, yeah, they're just not going to show Spider-Man. I did expect Helldivers. Obviously, they said that was going to be there. And a part of me did expect an update on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But like you said, man, we're getting release dates. It was good. I enjoyed it, man. It was a solid show, and I feel like it just kind of reaffirms that what I said earlier, where yeah, it is true there weren't like any new game announcements, right? There wasn't any new first party games. And we still do need updates on games like Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and whatnot. But it just reaffirms that Sony does have games in the pipeline and ones that look pretty good. I mean, I don't know. What did you guys think of Helldivers? I appreciated that little gameplay segment. I think it did exactly what it needed to do. It doesn't look mind-blowing, but it looks different and it looks fun and it looks pretty high quality as well. I don't think, I mean, they did that thing where they had the developers chatting with one another, but it was pretty natural. I mean, it didn't sound like they were trying to sell it too hard. It just seemed casual, and I enjoyed it, man. It kills me. It kills me that it's delayed to February, because I remember the last leak we got on Helldivers 2. They said something like it was going to be released in October. So I'm like, dude, maybe they're going to announce it next week. Here's the only problem that I could see. To me, this is the only actual problem with this show, and I'm not trying to be like I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but it is something that does need to be acknowledged. A lot of people were really hoping that Sony was going to do something or show something that would help justify their price increase of PlayStation Plus. And there was nothing. I mean, there was no acknowledgement of PlayStation Plus whatsoever. So to me, that is really the only L here. But, it is what it is. I think it's clear that they're just going to stick with their price increase and try to not really acknowledge it that much. But there was no update on that. So you're saying so many haters on the state of play? You think so? I put out a poll on Twitter. I want to check the poll here with you guys. 38% of you guys right now are saying it's an A, 32% B, 15% C, 15% D. What would make the state of play a D? Why would you grade it a D? Almost identical results over on my Twitter. This guy says Rebirth was the most impressive game trailer I've seen in a while, and I'm not even into that franchise. I want to check Jeff Keighley's poll because he always gets a ton of votes. I'm going to give it an A. Oh, wait, damn it. That's not the... He didn't put one out yet. He put one out for the Nintendo Direct, but not the... Not the PlayStation. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I gotta stop saying I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat, genius. AC Hook, you're saying Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is 2 discs. Yeah, we've known that for a little while. It's a massive game, dude. Massive game. And that trailer was very impressive. I mean, some of the boss battles look amazing. Obviously, I'm very interested in the story. The hype is real, dude. Sewell, you're giving it a C, and the reason is because the only new thing was Tales of Arise DLC. Okay, well, I mean, I disagree, Sewell, but that's fine. I think a C, and you giving that's fine, man. Everybody's allowed to have their thoughts. You're not the only one. 15% of the votes so far are saying C. I mean, I could see if you're not in the Spider-Man or, maybe the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailer wasn't enough, or especially if you're not in the Helldivers, I could definitely see why this would be a, maybe like a C, certainly. Well, okay, I want to ask this question, and I'm actually going to ask this over on Twitter just because I'm genuinely curious. Was this the best PlayStation show of the year? What do you guys think? Was this the best PlayStation show of the year? I feel like it was. I mean, I know it may sound crazy to some people, but I think this was better than the showcase because it was tighter. I think that because it was a state of play, the expectations just weren't as high automatically, and I think that helped it. I think that gives state of plays the ability to just be more impressive. Omen, you're saying PlayStation still reigns supreme, Xbox has been kicked in the nuts. Damn. Omen, always going in hard here, man. Saying Jim's on his throne laughing and the first party studios didn't even fire up yet. I mean, look, it's certainly an aggressive chat, but I will agree in that I said in a couple of my previous streams, and Omen, I'm sure you were here and many of you guys were, that Sony is not feeling the pressure. I get it. You know, they're not perfect. They're not being as talkative, especially when it comes to their first party studios as people want. But I've tried to explain to people like, dude, they know what they got, man. Like I've tried to explain to people that Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are more than enough. These are going to be some of the biggest AAA single-player games that come out this generation. They are more than enough to carry Sony comfortably. And I need to underline the word comfortably into the middle of 2024. And I know that if you're somebody like me and others that have been wanting to know what their studios are working on, it's a hard pill to swallow, but we got some good games coming, man. They're cooking. They're cooking in there. They know what they're doing, man. Saying some of us like to play more than 2 games a year. Yeah, but that's the thing, man, is as I said, there are other titles coming, right? Like for me, it's 3. And I'm not saying I'm just playing. There's tons of third-party games. I'm just trying to explain to people, man, that like Sony is out here doing what they need to do for the player base, straight up. Like you can criticize them for many things, but one of the things you cannot criticize Sony for, just objectively, is you can't make the argument that they're not releasing games for their console and their player base. They are. They straight up are. If those games aren't for you, they're not for you. But if you want more, well, I don't know. I agree with Omen here, man. Omen, you say at the end they haven't even fired up first party yet. What I assume you mean by that is they haven't come out and be like, here's a new first party game, here's a new first party game, here are our single player games. They haven't done that. They've been sitting on that, and they're still sitting on that. And clearly, a state of play like this kind of shows you that yeah, they can kind of sit on that right now. Give their teams more time, man. We don't look. The benefit of giving Sony's teams more time and being able to have stated plays like this, where it's like, yeah, we're going to put Spider-Man 2 in spotlight. Here's Helldivers 2. Here's some Final Fantasy 7. The benefit of that, and I think people need to try to see this in a more positive light, is there's no pressure at all on Sony Studios to be like, you got to come up with a new trailer. You got to come up with a reveal. You need to have a vertical slice. None of that shit, dude. Instead, it's focus on making your game. The more you can focus on that, the less outside shit you got to worry about, the sooner we're going to see that game. The sooner that game's going to release, and the more polished it's going to be. I think. I mean, I'm just trying to look at the glass half full here, you know? That's all. I'm pretty happy right now. I enjoyed it. I did. Here's a question I have. Was this the best state of play, or have we gotten a better one in the past? Curious what you guys think about that. Octodecillion Airy, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but you're saying best part, new controller colors, finally. Yeah, I was very confused when I saw that, because for some reason I thought that they were just advertising the colors that they already had, but when they showed all 3 of them together at the end, I kind of realized like they have a more kind of like a glossier look. Also, dude, where is this new PS5 model? like, I just realized they're showing off plates and like new color plates. Is this thing going to get canceled and just not be a thing? Because it's just not happening. Apparently. Not yet. Pretty weird. You know what I bet is going to happen? I bet you at this point, they're just going to save it for when they reveal the PS5 Pro. They're going to do it exactly the way they did it with the PS4 Slim and the PS4 Pro. They're going to show the new PS5. It's not a Slim model, but, you know, the revamped model. And then they're going to show the PS5 Pro, and that's when they're just going to roll them both out. I bet you that's what they're going to do at this point, because I'm not really sure when else we're going to see this thing. Could come at any time, realistically. Sony's been known to do that. Nick Taylor, you're saying Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, February 29th. Didn't know it was a leap year. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't even think about that. RE4 is going to be great. Just got my VR2 and beat RE8. I don't know what to play next on PSVR 2. Well, trust me, dude, Nick, refer to the chat. A lot of passionate PSVR 2 players in there that have, and believe me, they've been recommending a lot of stuff to me. They will certainly recommend a lot to you. RE4 Remake, though, dude, I can't wait to play that in VR 2. That's a highlight for me. I still got to get around the Synapse. People keep telling me that that's a must play. King Sam, thank you for the chat, man. You're saying, hey, MBG, hype level for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth just shot up. Holy shit. That trailer was amazing. Saw a lot that brought back memories of the original. Can't wait. Yeah, man, it's interesting for me to see this trailer because I haven't played the original. And I was going to ask you guys, like, is there anything they're showing in this trailer that tells you they're just going in a completely different direction than the original game? It's impossible for me to tell. But I mean, I thought the trailer was very impressive. Graphically, the game looks really good. It's clearly going to be massive, and the environments look very different in a good way. They look much more varied. And they're showing off like some new moves, some new specials, and obviously new boss battles. So it looks really good. It does. It looks very good. You're saying it looks like the OG except for Zach. So yeah, King Sam, I'm right there with you, man. Hype levels, they're rising. Nakamichi, you're saying State of Play was a B+ for me. Tales of Arise, Spider-Man 2, RE4 VR, and of course FF7 Rebirth. Well, there you go, dude. B+. I mean, I'd say that's a good rating for a State of Play. Again, when you stack it up to some of the lesser State of Plays, I definitely think it's I think this is one of the ones that's up there. And I'm happy too, because like I think some people were concerned that last year, the State of Play we got in June, the State of Play we got in September, I think some people were concerned that it was like, were those like flukes? They just happened to be really good, but they're just going to kind of go back to being like mid to not good. And I think this proves that Sony definitely still knows how to put on a good State of Play. I think this also confirms that we're not going to get a dedicated State of Play for Spider-Man. They showed it off here with two new trailers, it seems. And then tomorrow we get the previews. And I think from this point forward, it's just going to be like, regular marketing between now and October 20th. Josh Z, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying, I bet Foam Stars will help SE recover from its $2 billion losses all by itself. It's going to be the unexpected success they've been waiting for in the casual market. Don't sleep on Foam Stars. It is crazy because you see so many people dunking on this game and kind of laughing at it, right? Like, Foam Stars, what a joke. And even I did when it was first announced. But what kind of really caught me off guard was when the press and people got to play it hands on, like they got to just straight up play the game. I think it was during Summer Game Fest, and it won Game of the Show. Like, there were reports being like, this game is actually really, really good. Like, it's really fun. And I'm like, really? Like, that genuinely surprised me because it didn't look good in the trailer. Like, And I don't know that I'm going to care about it. I don't know. I mean, there's an open beta. It's honestly, it's like the art style kind of where I'm like, yeah, it looks pretty cheesy to me. I don't know. But just for shits and giggles, I mean, not even that. Honestly, I think I'm going to play the open beta because I want to know. Like everybody who played this game said it's actually really good. And I want to like play it for myself for free to see like, is it good? Because you know what would be shocking is if I play it and I come back and I'm like, guys, you're not going to believe this, but Foam Stars is actually really fucking good. It's like it becomes one of my favorite games. I get completely addicted to Foam Stars. Dude, you watch. I play that Foam Stars open beta. Give it a month. My entire channel is going to be converted to being a Foam Stars channel. It's like my channel explodes. Get like 500,000 subscribers. Foam Stars is the greatest game to ever come out. Jeff Keighley did his poll. All right. Let's see. Let's see what people are saying. How would you grade today's State of Play? So far, 2,500 votes, 29% giving it an A, 32% a B, 22% a C, 15% D or lower. I mean, damn, man. It's good stuff. It really is. I'm satisfied. I am. Obviously, I'm still excited to see more from PlayStation. No doubt. But I am satisfied. I'm trying to so I'm looking closer now at the new colors for the DualSense, and yeah, they definitely, that silver one looks pretty sick. All right, let me keep it rolling here, guys. By the way, we still have over 1,000 people here, which is awesome. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and watching the content. Do me a favor, hit that like button. It'd be, I don't know if we can do it. Maybe collectively we can, but it would be awesome if we could get to 1,000 likes. I mean, it was a good State of Play, you know? I'd appreciate that. And to everybody who's still super chatting and gifting memberships, thank you guys. Thank you guys for that. I actually have to put these notifications back on here. Oh, it says the alert box is actually back on, so should be good. B Flesher, you're saying loved it, best show in a long time. Only thing I didn't like was Helldivers 2 gameplay. Kind of killed my hype for the game. Rebirth looks insane. Though, really, B Flesher? What about it didn't what about it didn't you like? Just out of curiosity. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Helldivers 2 doesn't look superb. Like it doesn't look like, oh my god, this is like that live service multiplayer game that's gonna take over and be the next big thing. No, but it looks solid for me, is what it looks like. It looks, honestly, it looks like exactly what I expected it to look like. It just looks fun. Doesn't look like it takes itself too seriously. I don't know that it's a game I'm gonna put like 1,000 hours into or anything like that, but it looks fun. You know, I noticed, I think they said pre-orders go live on September 22nd. I'm curious to see the price of this game, because I will be honest with Helldivers 2. What they showed, if it's $70, I'll pay $70 for it, but I don't think most people will. I think if they price it at $70, I think it's going to hurt the sales of the game a lot. I think Helldivers 2, for what it is and what they showed, I think it needs to be $50. I do. I think if this game wants to have any chance, you know, on the market, I think $50 would be a solid price point for it. Maybe even lower if they want to go $40. $40 would be good too, but I feel like it's more likely to be $50. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be 70. I'm thinking it's going to be 70. And yeah, I think that's going to be a tough sell for a lot of people. Because I noticed that they specifically said pre-orders go live on the 22nd. Makes me feel like they're doing that to avoid the news that, yeah, this game's going to be $70. Mamoru Chiba, you're saying, was a good show. Just want to point out that we officially don't know what to expect after February. Also, what's the new PS5? Where's the new PS5? Yeah, I was asking that question too. Yeah, that's a good point. You're right, actually. There is nothing after February. Huh. So basically between now and February is the window we have for PlayStation. Outside of that, question marks. Which I don't know, man. A part of me almost kind of likes that a little bit because I'm like, well, there's a lot coming, or at least a decent amount, I think, between now and February that'll definitely keep me satisfied between third party and exclusives. And once February ends, at that point, I mean, you have to imagine like, oh, okay, I guess Sony's gonna talk more. I mean that's the assumption, right? Yeah, waiting till a showcase, and that could be rough. Yeah, if Sony's like, yeah, we're not doing a showcase till June. I mean, you're talking about going March, April, May, basically a whole quarter with nothing, and that sounds unrealistic to me. Yeah, this game, Little Devil Inside, I do not know what happened to it, man. I'm beginning to think it may have just gone away permanently. Eddie Blue, you're saying, I've never played Final Fantasy or Helldivers. With Helldivers, can I start on 2? And with Final Fantasy, do you recommend which one should I play? Well, it's interesting that you're asking me about Final Fantasy. Well, first, when it comes to Final Fantasy VII, definitely play Remake. Play Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intergrade, and you'll be ready to go for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. When it comes to like playing Final Fantasy 16, I've learned this as well. They're all their own individual games, so you don't have to worry about that if 7 is what you're interested in. When it comes to Helldivers, I didn't play the first one, but I've seen a lot of gameplay of it, and my understanding of Helldivers 1 going into 2 is you definitely don't need to play the first one. There's no connection. It's just... Helldivers 2 is essentially a bigger, better version, more fleshed out version. Not exactly like the first one. It seems different in many ways, but it's just taking the concept of what Helldivers 1 was and just AAA-ification. They're going all in with the AAA-ness of Helldivers. So, but yeah, I'd recommend starting with Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade on PS5. That's what I played. I really enjoyed it. And also play the DLC. And Omen, you're saying RE4 VR this winter. Fuck, I've been holding out on this game for VR mode. Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Money will be flowing in rivers. Yeah, dude, that's something else I've been trying to say is like RE4 Remake, getting an entire version of that. I mean, people have been saying like we want more support. I know it is just one game, but like that to me is huge for PSVR 2. I don't know if it's just going to sell millions of PSVR 2 units. Probably not single-handedly, but I don't know, dude. It looks really, really good. RE4 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's worth noting, it says here, I don't know if you guys caught this at the end of the Final Fantasy VII trailer. It says Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is exclusive to PS5 until at least May 29th, 2024. So that's... It seems to me that they're going to release a PC version like very shortly after the PS5 version. I mean, I know some people might think, I mean, maybe it could be like an Xbox version as well, but that would be kind of bizarre. Sony striking that 3-month exclusivity for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I mean. Phil does it again. Dude, that would be comical. Like, that would genuinely be fucking funny, man. I would be laughing. If we find out, like, yeah, FF7 and Remake and Rebirth are going to Xbox 3 months after Rebirth launches. That would be wild. Because at that point, Sony, you can tell Sony lost whatever. I don't know. Sony lost something there. But it says until at least. See, that to me is the funny wording. At least 5/29. I'm telling you, man, Square's like, Sony, we want more money. We want more money. You want us to extend the exclusivity? We want more money. And Sony's like, I don't want to pay more money. You know what would be the funniest shit, dude? This would genuinely be comical. Imagine, and I definitely don't think this is going to happen, but imagine Final Fantasy VII Rebirth releases 3 months later on Xbox, and the first one just never comes to Xbox. That would be genuinely comical. Oh, man. All right, let's see. Trying to scroll through this here and see what else there is going on. Get that. Well, yeah, my assumption though for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, with the 3-month exclusivity, just being realistic here, and I would honestly suggest Xbox fans temper their expectations as well, just because you don't want to end up disappointed. I think it has to do with the PC version. Sony has been clearly very much okay with games going to PC, and I doubt, the Square, honestly, I'll be real with you guys. I would be totally fine if Final Fantasy wasn't an exclusive. I'm just gonna be real. Like it's cool for like Sony, and I think for people who are hype, who bought PS5s, it's like, yeah, this is a great exclusive to have. Yeah, but I kind of feel bad for Square, dude. Like I do. I guess what I'm saying is I hope Sony is. I have to assume they're compensating them well, because Square is struggling, dude. And I don't want to see them get like fucked, because they're making exclusivity deals or whatnot. But it would be fine. I mean, if after 3 months even 3-month exclusivity, that would be fine. Like that's more than enough. And Xbox fans would be happy. I know people think that, like, for at least me as a PlayStation fan, it's like Sony needs to go buy all the exclusives. I don't think so. I think that some make sense, but at the same time, you don't know with Sony. It could very well be that right now Square is looking to negotiate and try to get more money from Sony because they need it, and they might. And Kipford, I'm sorry, man. I know I accidentally skipped your chat here. I don't know how I missed it, but member for 30 months, dude. Shout out to you for that. You're saying, yo, I already platinumed Eternites, my game of the year until Spider-Man 2 takes it. Truly a great game. Everything about it was just perfect. Also, long-time FXbox. Yeah, true, man. I was waiting for it, Kipford. But yeah, Eternites. Not a game that necessarily appealed to me, but I kind of forgot about it. Like, I forgot that was like a PlayStation. I think that's a PS5 exclusive or a PlayStation console exclusive. So you're eating good, man. Kipford, you're eating good. Love to hear it. You're saying Sony really should buy Square. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. It's a tough thing because Sony would love to have these Final Fantasy games as first party titles. Not No doubt about that. But Square also, if Sony were to acquire them, they would get Final Fantasy 14. And if Foam Stars is a big hit, like Josh Z seems to think it's going to be, yeah, I don't know. That could be good for Sony's business in terms of having those successful live service games, but I don't think so, man. I'll tell you right now. If Sony was in the process of talking to Square and acquiring them, you wouldn't see wording like this around Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like, they wouldn't say exclusive until at least so and so date. They wouldn't do it. Saying most people think Final Fantasy's first party. Yeah. Sony has been so aggressive with the Final Fantasy exclusivity. I definitely, yeah, I can see why. I can see why people think that. I mean, my main focus, like I talked earlier this stream and even now, second party, third party exclusives, they definitely are important to Sony and PlayStation. And I think they're important to an extent to the people who buy PS5s. But truth be told, I would be perfectly fine if Sony said, we're just going to stop doing timed exclusivity to any extent. Mainly because I care mostly about Sony's first party, their actual studios. And I know that would mean like less exclusives each year. So I do understand why Sony does it. It does benefit them to a degree. But I don't think that's what's going to happen, frankly. Like, I know some people think, like, is Sony going to stop doing it? No, we've talked about this before. Sony is probably going to get more aggressive with this type of stuff. Probably because they feel like they have to. Unless maybe, I'll tell you what, if Sony stops doing timed exclusives, people should worry a little bit, because that to me would be a clear sign they're talking to publishers. Like, they're looking to do what, maybe not on the same scale, but what Microsoft is doing. It's like, yeah, we want to own this now. We're not looking for timed deals. Because I'll tell you, if Sony were to stop doing timed exclusivity deals, I would not take that as a sign. I guess they just don't care about it anymore. No, I don't think so. But for me personally, the timed exclusivity stuff, the second and third party, it is what it is. It definitely gets me pay a little bit closer attention to a game, because like Rise of the Ronin, I think Rise of the Ronin looks good whether it's exclusive or not. But the fact that Sony XDev is helping them with it, and it's been in development for like 7 years, it's like, okay, well, I'm paying some attention to that. Yeah, like that might make a difference in this game. So, yeah, it's good stuff, man. I enjoyed the state of play. And Matt York, you're saying expected more VR games. RE4 is nice, but I was hoping to get that before the end of the year, preferably Halloween. Madison release date, 7 out of 10 for me. Yeah, I will say, I think one of the things that maybe some people are not feeling too hot about or too great about with this is, it is true that these games like RE4 Remake for VR, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, these are all games that are coming next year. They're not coming this year. And really, that's kind of a theme of this state of play, which isn't too bad because they're all coming early next year. But I feel you there a little bit, where, like I said, I was really hoping Helldivers 2 would come out this year. Let's see. So Matt, thank you for the super chat. Omen, again, you're saying Square is still in the green. They've made some bad choices, but Final Fantasy is not one of them. Final Fantasy is what pays the bills. Maybe Foam Stars too. Yeah, to be clear, when I say like they're not doing well, I don't think they're free falling or anything. I think they're gonna be fine. I guess I'm just saying that, like, if these Final Fantasy games are going to continue to be exclusive, you have to imagine Sony is going to have to compensate them really well for that, because it's obvious by now that Final Fantasy is, like you said, it's kind of carrying Square. It's their bread and butter, and it has value. And I would not be surprised, dude, especially because you saw Square's CEO on stage with Phil Spencer sending a clear sign to Sony and Jim Ryan, like, hey, we're willing to work with these guys too. We're willing to go wherever the money is. And I would not be surprised if Square's like, Sony, we want more money. And I would not be surprised if Sony was like, we're not giving it to you. If you want to make it a 3-month exclusive, so be it. Just because, I don't know. Sony probably, I don't know. We don't, I would like more insight into these types of things. I really would. All I know is that Sony's not doing what Microsoft is doing. And what I mean by that is Microsoft is clearly willing to spend a lot of money to make some moves. And I just don't think Sony is in that exact same position to just be like, yeah, we'll spend as much money as we need. Like, no, I think they have a limit. I mean, Microsoft has a limit too, but I think Sony's limit is, not nearly as high. It's like, yeah, we'll spend this much, but if you ask for more than that, we're good, man. We'll walk. I do think that Sony has that is in that position. But yeah, it's I guess I'll just give my final thoughts here, because the stream's going on 4 hours and nearly, what are we at? Almost 17 minutes now. B Flasher, you're saying, do you think they could buy Take-Two if they really needed to? Well, I'm going to say no, because, like, monetarily speaking, if Sony wanted to find the money and get the money to make that acquisition, they could, but it would be the dumbest thing ever, because it's just like, so you basically want your company to die by making it just an absolutely absurd. It wouldn't make any business sense whatsoever. So that's where it's like, you're saying if they really need to, it's like, could it happen? Yeah, it could. Could it technically be done? Yes. Sony has enough power, to get a loan big enough or to sell assets to get the money. They literally could do it, monetarily speaking. But the question you should be asking is, why would they ever feel like they need to do something like they would never need to do something like that? Because that would probably kill the company. Maybe not like overnight, but it would just be asinine, frankly. You have to understand that, like, for as successful as GTA is, because that's the whole thing, is like, oh, if Sony were to acquire Take-Two, it's clearly for GTA. Yeah, but like, you're gonna, like, the amount of money you would have to pay for that, like, you're never gonna. Maybe one day you'll make that back, but that's just not. It's just not feasible. It's not realistic. What's actually more realistic for Sony than buying Take-Two, and even this is very far-fetched, but it makes more sense. Make your own live service game that could be as successful as GTA Online, or get somewhere close to it. That's more realistic for Sony, and a million times smarter. They might not. Like, you could try to make a game as successful as GTA Online, and you can fail, but at least your company's not going to go under because you made an absolutely ridiculous purchase. By Gearbox, I don't know about that. I don't know how well Gearbox would fit in with PlayStation Studios. I'm telling you, Sony's strategy is focused more on doing it themselves at this point with the studios they have. Who knows? Now that I'm saying that, they're going to announce a week from now they're going to acquire a publisher. But I really do get the feeling that Sony's focus is more on, buying smaller diamond in the rough studios, taking the studios they have now and doing it themselves. Because if you think about it, at the end of the day, all of these publishers that we imagine being purchased, what is it? What is the value of these publishers? It's their intellectual property in their games. the quality of their games. So if you're Sony, you just think, well, we know a thing or two about that, don't we? We know a thing or two about making quality games and building new IP and growing new IP. Why would Sony think that they can't just do it themselves? Now, I'm not saying they can make the next Call of Duty or GTA Online exactly. Those are IP that are so big that, and they've been around for so long that, yeah, Sony can't match that. Sony's not going to make their own Call of Duty and it's going to be as successful as Call of Duty. Not going to happen. But they could still get far with a new first-person shooter IP if it's high quality, does everything right, has amazing gameplay, gets a really solid player base, and then they just grow it. They grow it and they grow it and they grow it and they grow it. And again, it may never reach the heights of Call of Duty, but even if it gets a fraction of that, that would be a big deal for Sony. It would be. Because it would mean, you know what? We don't have to worry as much now if Call of Duty goes to shit or if it goes away. Because we have our own first-person shooter that's doing very well. We can focus on growing that and maintaining that. And we'll just rake in whatever extra money we get from these games like Call of Duty for as long as they're here. And that's that. I really think that's Sony's way forward. I could be wrong. I mean, you never know. Oh, and you're saying 1 year time to GTA 6 exclusivity would be a fun move. I mean, that is something that Sony would have to. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That is even that sounds unrealistic. You know what I mean? It would be a crazy move for Sony. I mean, that would be a fucking like what? That would be a death blow to like opposing platforms because, or at least Xbox, because it's like, yeah, no game is going to do what GTA 6 does. So the idea that it would be exclusive for a year, it may as well never release on Xbox at that point because it's just like, dude, it's over. It's Jover, right? Isn't that what they say now? It's over, bro. But think about how much Sony would have to pay for that. Here's what I want you to think. I want you to think, how much would Sony have to pay to make a game that's already going to release on their platform, like GTA 6, exclusive for 1 year? I want you to imagine how much money that would be. And then imagine if instead of doing that, they reinvest it into their own studios or they invest it into the creation of new IP or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure like almost every PlayStation fan would say, you know what? That second option actually sounds a lot more appealing. Because that's the thing about GTA 6 is it would be fucking insane. It would, GTA 6 timed exclusivity would skyrocket PlayStation and nothing would touch it at that point. It would be over, bro. Like there's just no way around it. It would be over. Xbox and even Nintendo at that point. I mean, Nintendo would still be fine. And they would probably still be, at that point, they would still be the supplementary console. But to me, Sony taking whatever that money would have been that they paid for that and saying, we're going to reinvest this in our studios, in new IP, in growing our studios, and potentially buying some diamond in the rough studios, I'd much prefer that. I would. Because GTA 6 is coming to PS5 either way. You know what I mean? Like, we still win. We still get GTA 6. It's like plot twist. Microsoft paid for GTA 6 exclusivity. See, that's the scary shit, dude. To me, that's what makes Microsoft truly scary, is that they could do that. And they wouldn't feel a thing. You know that? Like, if Rockstar Games said, we want $1 billion for 1 year exclusivity, Microsoft could literally just blink and be like, yep, we got it. Thanks. Good doing business with you. But they wouldn't have to do that. They could just say, okay, they could go to, dude, Microsoft could go to Take-Two Interactive and be like, how much do you want to put GTA 6 in the Game Pass day one? And Microsoft could fucking pay that. No problem. They could. They could do it. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but that's where it's like, it's the idea of Sony paying for exclusivity is an interesting one because you think about how many consoles that would sell. But what's even more realistic, you're saying I would cry if Microsoft did that? No, I wouldn't actually. It would definitely get me to subscribe to Game Pass and play that game on my PC. Certainly. I wouldn't cry. I would say, wow. You know what it would do? It would make me realize that everything that everybody has said was totally meaningless. All the arguments about like what's fair and what's not. Like at that point, it's like everything's out the window, bro. Like this is corporate murder. Just straight up cutthroat. No nonsense. Doesn't matter. There's no fair. There's no right. There's no wrong. It's just fucking win if something like that happened. But I don't think that's going to happen, dude. I really don't. For either Sony or Microsoft. But yeah, GTA 6 is that's going to be an interesting day when that game is officially formally announced and revealed. But anyway, guys, we're going on the 4.5 hour mark here, and I'm pretty beat and hungry at this point. So I think I'm just going to give my closing thoughts and then do my outro. And one last time, I'm going to ask you guys as you're heading out, please hit that like button. We are almost at 900 likes. Matt York, you're saying, no, stay. I'm sorry, man. Who knows? Maybe I'm not saying to expect this. You know, I'm not even going to say that because I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. All I'm going to say is tomorrow, Spider-Man 2 previews are coming out, and I'm planning on streaming again on Sunday, and I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have. I'm looking forward to talking more about Spider-Man 2 and just having these fun conversations we have. So look forward to that. But guys, hit that like button on your way out. My final thoughts, I thought the state of play was very good. I'm going to refer to the poll one more time. Over 1,700 votes. 35% of you give it an A, 35% of you give it a B, 16% of you give it a C, and 15% are giving it a D. For me personally, it was an A because there's a lot there that I'm looking forward to, and I'm glad we got updates on. And it was one of the better state of plays I've seen. I'm very satisfied with it, and I'm looking forward to Spider-Man 2, and obviously, I'm looking forward to February of next year, but even more so, I'm looking forward to seeing what lies beyond that for Sony. So, hey, man, we wanted them to talk, and they talked. So, I'll take it. It's a W in my book. But I also want to make sure I thank everybody. We are sitting at 52 members on the day, so we did crush our goal. The goal was set to 50, and you guys definitely came through. So, 52 members. Thank you guys for everybody who's still who chooses to remain a member, whether you get gifted or whether you're just, you've been a member from the start. Thank you guys. It really does mean a lot. It's just the type of support needed in order for me to continue doing this. And, I am fan funded. So to everybody who does that, thank you. Omen, you're saying no MBR rant equals good show. Yeah, that's true. Truthfully, Omen, I wasn't going to rant. If the show was bad, I would have had some words, but I wasn't going to go crazy or anything because I told you, like, I had low expectations, man. Like, I was asked to rate the show going into it, and I said a 5, or I think I said a 6 out of 10. And the only reason for that was because I knew we were going to see RE4 and Helldivers 2. And unless they both looked really bad, that would have made the show automatically a C for me at the very minimum. Like, okay, it's a C. Definitely should have seen more, and I would have complained about that, but it would have been a C. But the fact that that was my expectation going in, kind of glad, because it made it even better. So, all right. But Omen, yeah, dude, thank you for all the super chats. And just a shout out, everybody who donated super chats, thank you guys. Appreciate all of the continued support, everybody who gifted memberships. You guys are keeping this thing going, and it enables me to do these streams as frequently as I do. So thank you guys. And I also just want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for all of the streams. He does a very good job with them. So if you see him in the comment section, make sure you give him some love, give him some thanks. Matt York with another super chat saying, not done beer. 10 more minutes. I don't know, man. I gotta go eat and I gotta hydrate. I mean, I didn't finish my water, but I gotta hydrate some more. I don't know, man. I don't know what else to talk about, truthfully. You know? Matt, drop 20 memberships and I'll stay for 20 more minutes. I'm just kidding. Don't do that, man. I'm just kidding. No, I'm spent, dude. Don't be a puss. Damn, bro. Do I look famished? I am famished, man. Well, I'm not. It's not that bad. It's actually good. I like to go, you know, it's not like intermittent fasting, but I don't mind taking some longer gaps in between my meals. I think it's good for you to do that. Wrench, you're saying show was a C at best, not a fail, but not W worthy. You think so? Dude, I mean, you have to not be excited for Spider-Man then at that point, right? Or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, right? Like it has to be one of those two or both. It has to be. Because to me, that show is not a C. You're saying you've got way more than one beer left. I mean, I'm not saying Wrench, that's your opinion, man, and I think that's fine. I'm not trying to convince you either way. I just have to imagine if somebody says this show is a C that these games are not necessarily the games you're very excited about. Because that would make sense to me. It would. Show was a B, bro. I can see it being a B, yeah. I mean, am I the only one that's surprised that Spider-Man showed up? Am I the only one? Surely I can't be, right? I'm surprised people aren't more surprised by that. Like they said it's literally just going to be third party and indies. They specifically didn't say anything about first party. Maybe people aren't surprised though, because it's just like, well, yeah, they got to show Spider-Man, of course. Maybe. And Omen86 has to close it out with his Jim Ryan super chat saying, Jim Ryan sleeps well tonight. Bye, everyone. Yeah, dude, Jim Ryan's not losing an ounce of sleep tonight. All right, guys, that's going to do it. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Thank you for all of your support, and thank you for hanging out with me. Definitely one of the more memorable stated plays we've reacted to together here. So Jay Shako says, get off the goddamn stream, bro. I know. All right. One last time, hit that like button, and I will catch you guys hopefully tomorrow with a new video. Try to have some members content out for you on Saturday, and then we will have another stream good to go this Sunday. So that does it, guys. Until next time, take care.